You're welcome once again. I'll be taking us through an emergency brief and a little safety moment. We are here at the learning room on the 5th floor of the main building, Selfie. In case of an emergency, what you hear is an alarm, that's a fire emergency. Now, what we need to do in that instance is to evacuate this room. We can leave this room either through these doors to my own right or left, and we'll ensure that we use the stairs. We'll avoid the lift because the incident has been electrical, so we'll make our way to the muster point and await further instructions there. Meanwhile, as we're going, the safety needs will also coordinate our movement rather to the safe and to the muster point. In case of a medical emergency, that is, you suddenly feel unwell because of this session, and the trained first aider, I'll be happy to administer first aid. And if we need to do an evacuation, we have emergency hospitals very close by. Thirdly, we could have customer restiveness, that is, we have some security challenges. In that instance, we're not supposed to leave the building, we're supposed to remain here. The security team will take care of such an emergency situation. The toilets are to both our left and our right, so we can make use of those facilities in the course of this session. Now, for our safety moment today, we'll be touching on something about our body posture. It's important that we maintain a healthy body posture that is keeping our body upright at every point in time. The tasks that we perform sometimes make us feel tired, and then we tend to slouch in our seats, or after a long day we tend to slouch while driving home. The meaning of that is that we are exerting undue pressure, unnecessary pressure on that body, on that area we are leaning towards. And that could eventually lead to muscle soreness. It could lead to a health issue. So it's important that at every point in time, whether we are sitting, whether we are walking, whether we are lying, whether we are bending to wash clothes, we maintain a healthy body posture. Thank you. H2O. Hands to zero. H2O. Hands to zero. I always like when I say that. Anyway, welcome everybody again to the International Women's Day. I promise you that you're going to have loads of fun. It's always beautiful when women come together. Can't you see how beautiful it is here? You know, when we come together, it's beautiful, and we are going to be streaming live very soon. And when the hashtag is ready, we're going to put the hashtag, so you can, you know, make a lot of noise about it. Let people know that yes, women are gathered together. We're here to celebrate each other. We're here to lift each other up. So we take our time to do what we like to do best, which is selfie. You know, and post online so that people can see and hear the pulse that something is happening in Keynote Electric. So you're all welcome to this year's celebration of International Women's Day. Now, this year's theme is Balance for Better. Balance for Better. Now, balance for better. Okay, so the International Women's Day celebration is not just a women's issue. Yeah, we come together to, when are those days when, you know, women put each other down, or women are, you know, left and say, oh, they belong to one room or the other. This day you have women that are breaking grounds. You have women that are celebrated in all industry. You have women that are, you know, in boardroom doing great things. And it's time for us to come together, first of all, to celebrate our successes. You understand? Celebrate how far we have come, how we have been able to push boundaries in both economic sector, the political sector, social sector, you know, we are political sector, and we are really, really making, you know, grounds. People are hearing about women now and the wonderful things that we are doing. So we should celebrate ourselves. Can we give ourselves a round of applause?
So, like Ronke said, it's a day to celebrate women, socially, their achievements, socially, politically, economically. And women have done a lot. Even in our midst, we have a number of women who have done astonishing things. They are powerful women, they are leaders. So today we'll be hearing from them. We have a full package. We'll be hearing from different keynote speakers. We'll learn a lot, and we'll be better for it at the end of the day.
So for, like we said, balance for better, we're going to learn how to balance our life. You know, balancing is very important. We always talk about work-life balance. How do we handle the struggles of life? You know, career struggles,
family struggles, how we're able to keep that balance. That is part of what we are going to be learning from one another today. So to start the opening remark, we want to welcome into our midst somebody that we know that is very passionate about women's issue. He's someone that we know that is always for supporting women, and somebody that we know that anything that has to do with lifting women up, he's always at that forefront. You know, he's our MD CEO. He's a perfect gentleman to the core. You know, and I know that when he comes to speak to us today, we'll begin to have a better understanding of how much, even as a company, we are supporting the growth and the development of women. So we'd like everybody to please join us in welcoming our MD CEO, Anthony Uduwe.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. It's a little bit, I guess maybe as the day progresses, you guys will warm up. So everybody, and I never joke. On a serious note, thank you. This is the second time you invited me to say something. I think last year it was something. But I must have said something nice last time, but I invited you. I remember saying also that last time I had a visit to the woman team, and when I introduced the management team, when they left, she said to me, "No, I'm very lucky." And I said, "Why?" I said, "Because I'm surrounded by women. There's CFO, this, that, and the other." And I said, "Yes, I'm lucky." And she asked me, "How do I cope?" I don't remember what I said, but the truth of the matter is, on a personal level, I am also surrounded by women, and I have one wife. One wife and two daughters. And since I don't play those games anymore, I don't know what to do right now. So I have learned certain things, being surrounded by women on the private level. That one, I know when to talk. I also know when I should keep quiet. I also know that I will never take sides when there's a dispute. And then I know that when they come and ask for my opinion about something, what they really want is just say yes. They don't really care about that. So some of those things I've learned home training, I apply them. Now of course there are two different environments, but when I get advice from my colleagues here, the reason why it's easy for me to say yes is because the advice is always followed. I get good advice, good support, good guidance. And it's not just because they are women, it's actually because they know what they're talking about. And they are consummate professionals. Now, that is the environment we're trying to create here in Kenya Electric, where irrespective of your gender, we're trying to create an environment where you can flourish, challenge the system, bring your ideas. Like I said, irrespective of gender, male, female, and I think there's another one, gender neutral. Now I'm not here, so it doesn't matter what your gender is, what you create an environment where you can. Now, as far as I'm aware, there are no policies that negatively discriminate against any gender. And if they are, by any chance, we will look at them and try and change them. Now, by the same token, there are some policies that are specific to gender, whether it's maternity, paternity, they don't call it for nursing mothers and so on and so forth. And there should be more. There is nothing actually wrong with having a policy that is gender specific, because it shows that the organization is responding to the society. And it's not just being reactive, sometimes being proactive. So we're going to continue to do all of those things. And I'm hoping that from the session today, there will be recommendations and so on and so forth. And because I have no home training, whatever suggestions I thought, I will say yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. That's a wise man. Okay, before we go on to the next thing on the agenda, I'd like to call on one person that You know, no matter how under so much pressure this person is, you know, no matter what she's facing at that moment, she does not miss her self moment. She does not miss it. You know, you are with her, 1 minute, she's under so much pressure, she's trying to trouble so much together, and the next minute, she picture perfect. And she just swings into that self mood. She's going to come and show us a pose. And after that, everybody will take out a minute or two to, you know, take selfie, look at somebody that you've not spoken to for a long time, somebody that, you know, you're not necessarily very close friends with, and take selfie. And when you're doing that, this is the theme for this year's celebration. So let's, you know, take pictures with that. I'd like to call on my madam of Ikeja, Madam to come and show us just one of those pose. You understand? You get it. No matter the pressure, she doesn't miss it. He stands and okay, I will take that perfect International Women's Day pose. Okay, that's true. Can somebody get my phone, please? Please, can somebody get her? Okay. How do we take that perfect International Women's Day pose? Selfie. Let's watch again. Perfect. Thank you so much. So when you see people doing like, you now know where they learn it from. So we'll just take a moment or two. The hashtag will be displayed very soon so that we can, you know, make it trending. So we'll take a minute or two to please take picture, let's smile, let's, you know, enjoy ourselves, let's be happy. Let's go back to social media where selfie time, please. You can do group selfie, it's okay. You can stand up.
Two at 3. 2 at 3. 2 the master. 3 the master. So 2 at 3 the command.
And we have taken lectures here. We have to trend today. The handle will be up very soon, so we must trend. Selfie time. Please remember to post it. Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook, Snapchat. Let's make it trending. Twitter, yes. Please, I must take a picture with one person. Where's my phone?
Center your show, focus. Center your focus.
Okay, let's start rounding up. I know this is one of the women's favorite topics. So we have the handles displayed on the screen. Please let's post it on all our social media handles. Okay, but we have to round up now. Please, can we be seated, please?
Is it like now?
Yes. Just search International Women's Day for YouTube.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Don't forget to make it check. We have one. Thank you. Thank you. Can we say that please? Thank you. Can we please sit down? Thank you so much. We have time to take more pictures after the program.
Okay, live.
Please can we turn off our phones or put them on silent?
Thank you so much. Can we please be seated so we can continue? It's live now. We are doing live, so you can send messages to people to tune in now. Colleagues female colleagues in our undertaking and business unit to tune in and watch.
Okay. Thank you. Please, can we put our phone on silent or turn them off so that they will minimize distraction? Thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll be taking an address from our keynote speaker. And the theme, what we'll be talking about today is insights to career fulfillment. The person that will be hearing from today is an authority. She has over 20 years professional experience. That's somebody you really want to listen to. She has been there, she knows, she has risen to the ranks. She understands the challenges that we as women face. She has, like I said, over 20 years experience. She has worked in the aviation sector, oil and gas, power sector.
Yes, she's one woman that, even by standing beside her, you're inspired. She's the boss lady. She's somebody that has been able to balance, her life, and she's an authority in the boardroom. And this is one person that you all want to listen to and learn from and ask questions on issues that relate to women. And when you think about this keynote speaker, we'll mention her name very soon. I would like one or two people to guess what her hobbies are. Whether we can guess what her hobbies are.
Dancing.
Do you know what keynote speaker is? Okay, so we introduce our keynote speaker as our acting chief operating officer, Mrs. Folake Shweton. Can you please give her as so what do you think our hobbies are? Can any? Wow.
Traveling and dancing.
Traveling and dancing. Can I get any other? Reading.
Driving picture.
Driving faster. Yes, she likes a Ferrari. I know that much. Yes, we all got it. Our passion or our hobbies include fashion, traveling, shopping.
Very obvious. She's fashion beat is very obvious.
Yes.
Very obvious.
And so we'd like to welcome Mrs. Folake Shleton. Welcome, ma'am. Let's go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay. When we were talking earlier on about this boss woman, 20 years experience, yeah, I said, this is one chance. Because I'm just like every other regular woman. But before I start my session, I would like to ask one or two people here. I want to know how well we know ourselves, or how well we think we know ourselves. So, Bisola, stand up. If you were to make a movie today about yourself, what would it be about?
It would be about how I started off being a lawyer going to court, streaming litigation pretty much, to being somebody who evolved into doing sustainability, getting into the corporate world, and not really the legal world. There are other people dealing me for making and spending money for also. But yes, it's just be pretty much about how I have evolved from someone that from a totally different person to someone that is free, independent today, someone who has a vision, someone who knows that my dreams are coming true, irrespective of the fact that I'm 5'3" and I'm a woman in a male-dominated industry.
Would that be drama, or would that be fun? So if you were to, would that be a movie you would do for her? What movie would you do for Lakaneno?
Fast, glamorous, action. Or you move very fast with a lot of drama.
That was it, okay. Guys, that was meant to be an icebreaker, but you didn't laugh. But we are laughed now. Alright, let's get into the business of today. Alright, I'm going to put a picture up. I want us to look at it, and I want to hear people's thoughts about this picture. So can we look at this picture? What do we see here? So, you can see a woman, you can see a man. What do you see there? So, let's be orderly. So, let me just have people raise their hands. Tell me what you see and what you think.
I choose not to see the obstacles.
Where is it? Where's the picture? There. Okay, somebody else wants to give it a try. Anybody, that person?
The way of the man is freer, but the root of the woman is too busy. But she's smart and she's ready to push.
See competition between the man and the woman. That the woman is ready to compete with the man, despite the road is wrong.
The road is wrong. But the road is not wrong for the man. Is that real? The woman is ready, she's dressed for this task. She's not wearing a suit.
If the woman is the one challenging the man and going to beat his police.
Madam Bumi, CFO. There's a lot of odds ahead of the woman. The man seems to have a free patch. But besides that, the woman has a weight on her leg. Okay. One last person. Besides the weight, you can see that the weight of the woman are rough. It's not smooth like that, like the weight of the man. So, everybody's talking about the woman. Did you see anything on the part of the man? What do you see? So just two adults. It's free. It's easy. So we all think it's easy, right? And it's difficult for the men, for the women. I'm very interested in that. So is it difficult for the woman? Yes. Okay, but this picture is showing it's difficult for the woman. In reality, is it true? Yes, no? Sorry? Yes? No?
That's why the difficulty or the challenges, she's a good getter.
But the challenges there?
Yes.
They are there?
Yes.
So for the man, is that their reality too? Yes? Yes? No? Most cases. Okay. My work is actually done. Oh, 18.
I also noticed that the man has a smug look. Like he has you beat already. The look in his face, like you're not competition. Look, he stands and I've done this. Look at you.
Okay.
You know, and I only said one of them. I'll show you.
Okay. Okay. So I'm very happy with a lot of the comments I got today. Because when I saw this picture, it challenged me because I see the goal at the end and I see two individuals, a man and a woman. Now, the man is male and the woman is female, but they're two individuals. But in my mind I thought, why are the obstacles not there for the men? In reality, the obstacles are there for the men. This is a perception. This is what the society or the environment or ourselves also have begun to put as limitations. So the limitations that we see here are the same thing for the men. So these are two individuals that are going after something. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that the woman is going to win. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the man is going to win. What is important is there's a goal, and they're going after it regardless of the obstacles. So I was very happy when Ibene said, I don't see the obstacles. I don't even care. I don't see the end game, which is what we as women, or we as individuals, we should not, even though we're women, we should not say there are obstacles and because of these things we're not going to get to the end of the goal. Which leads me to my next point. So I have a picture of extraordinary women. And I call them extraordinary women because they have achieved extraordinary things regardless of their age, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, regardless of their color. And they have also been in the positions that the same men have been in, but they have achieved. So what are those extraordinary things about these people? So my favorite here is Serena. Serena has 23 grand slams, and she recently had a baby. When she was pregnant, everybody said this is the end of her career. But she made the final of the last tennis competition that was done after she had a baby, regardless of the fact that she was pregnant or she had a baby.
Kechi is a Nigerian woman who was two of the Tosoliso crash. I'm sure all of you know of it. And she survived. And if you look at her, she still has her scars. Kechi went ahead to participate in the American Got Talent show. And she went a second time. And Kechi went there to participate regardless of her scars. She didn't see a limitation. She didn't see anything, an obstacle. She went for something she believed in, and she achieved something that was extraordinary. So it didn't have to do with her gender. She did it because she believed in that. T.Y. Bello. T.Y. Bello is someone I went to school with. When we were in school, T.Y. Bello used to go to she used to go to the island barbers then to learn how to make hair. She did my wedding hair. T.Y. Bello is an artist. T.Y. Bello is a photographer. T.Y. Bello has been doing photography for 19 years, over 19 years. And she has carved a niche for herself. She is the face of Canon. She turned 40 last year. She's an extraordinary woman. She didn't have kids for a long time. She has twin boys. And it was when she even had her twin babies that Canon was attracted to her. So it didn't matter what her limitations were. She is an extraordinary woman. Teniola, I'm sure a lot of you know Teniola. Teniola is young. Teniola is big, right? She doesn't fit the usual stereotype where you must be slim. She has a passion. She believes in herself. And even though she's 25, she won the best new artist last year in 2018 awards that they did recently. Billie Jean, she was challenged by a man that said that she could not win, she could not beat a man. In fact, she asked him to a race, and she beat him to that race. Because in the sporting world, there's a discrimination that women are not as strong as men. So she didn't compete against her gender, she competed against a man, and she won. So that's an extraordinary woman, and that's an extraordinary person. Aisha Imad, I don't know if you people know her. She's currently the DG of Central Bank of Nigeria. She's 42 years old. She was doing this chair. When she was doing this chair, she was head of private banking, which is a very demanding job in Diamond Bank. And she turned around doing this. And it was while she was doing this and her hectic job of being a Diamond Bank, she was nominated to be the DG. She's done an extraordinary job. I mean, the gist now is that she's being lined up to be the next CBN. She's one of the potential candidates. Extraordinary. She's a woman. It's not because she's a woman that she's done this. She's done it because she's determined and she knows what it takes to be. So why did I put up this picture of these people here? And why did I talk about those two obstacles? Because I wanted us to know that all of us are extraordinary women. I am extraordinary. Are you extraordinary? Yes. Are you extraordinary? Yes. CFO, are you extraordinary? I'm on you today. All right. So, one of the things that I think is key and important for us as women is we need to leverage on our strengths. And I think the reason why it seems like we don't progress as much or we don't come out as bold is because we don't leverage on our strengths, or we don't even know our strengths. So one of the practical ways of anybody, I'm trying to be careful not to use the word woman, but we're talking to women here, is you must know your strengths and you must learn to build on your strengths. It's very critical. Remember when I mentioned Kechi and Teniola? What did Kechi have? Kechi could sing. That was her strength. She built on it. She practiced. And when she stood up there, and even though you could see her stars, you're not seeing her stars in a negative way. You are actually seeing that strength. So each and every one of us has a strength. We need to identify those strengths. We need to build on those strengths.
Because it's your strength that actually stands you out. Now, my next topic here is pushing the limits. This one is something that is I think is very key, and it's something that limits a lot of women, a lot of us, including myself. I'll tell you a little bit of a story about myself with regards to this limitation, on how limiting yourself can slow you down. I've always wanted to do an MBA. From the time I was working in British Airways. When I started the application, I got pregnant with twins, so I had to shelve it, so I couldn't do the MBA. The next time I got an opportunity, I was supposed to work in Virgin, Nigeria, so I had to leave that because of the new job. I couldn't do the MBA. But I wanted the MBA because I felt like the MBA was what would help me. So it was a limitation, it was in my head. I don't have a master's, I don't have an MBA. The minute I had the opportunity again to apply for this MBA, Sahara came to coach me. I said, people in the interview, I was nervous that I don't have a master's, but I got the job. But I still had that limitation that I'm not good enough because I don't have a master's, or I didn't have this, MBA. Because it was a new job and it was a transformation job, I did it for 3 years. And when I settled down and when I achieved the transformation, I actually applied to MIT and I got admission. So I was very excited. Lo and behold, my directors called me and said, there's an assignment in Ghana. You have to attend to it. You have to do it. So I had to choose between the MBA again and this assignment. And I remember telling Tony Cole that, sir, this is very important to me. I need to do this MBA. And he said, leave the MBA. Go and do practical MBA in Ghana. And I spoke to my husband. I said, go and take advantage of this opportunity. You can do your MBA afterwards. Of course, I went to Ghana. Did Ghana. Ghana was one of the most difficult jobs I had to do because it involved me traveling. I mean, my family is in Nigeria. I had my kids here, and I had to travel every week. And of course, that was where I also experienced multiple failures. So you can imagine where I was. I was not thinking of getting another job because I was getting pressure because I wasn't meeting my targets and I thought they were going to fire me. But I said, I don't have MBA. I won't get another job. So, when I came back to Nigeria, I said, you know what? Since I failed in college, I didn't achieve the objectives that I was set to do in Ghana, let me just go and do this MBA. My bosses once again said, no, go to power. And I still haven't done this MBA. And one day I said to myself, no, my friend said to me, well, I have master's work. I'm even doing my accountancy degree. I can give you that master's. Let's change positions. Now, how has my own master's helped me? We joked about it and I left. Watch it, and I started thinking, this limitation, it's me. I'm the one that is limiting myself with regards to what this MBA was going to do to me. And I thought I'd gotten over it until the business asked me to go and do a program in Harvard Business School. When I got there, the first day, they gave us a profile of all the people attending. And most of them had, not only did they have MBA, some people had CFA, some people had chartered. They had MBAs in schools like Stanford, Harvard. I said, Nika. So this famous MBA here came again. And for the first week, because people are knowing I'm not shy to speak. In class, I'll just be quiet. MBA, Harvard, Stanford. I couldn't speak. I was like, what's wrong with you? What's happening? And then they asked the question the next week. And I spoke about some small project we did in IE. And the whole class looked at me. Afterwards, came to me, please, explain to us, how do you use that? And I was like, University of Lagos, no MBA. So why am I sharing this story with you? It's a very personal thing for me, but I'm over it. But the reason why I'm sharing it with you is so that you understand that every limitation in this world, 90% of it is you.
Once you can deal with you, there's nothing you cannot achieve. Absolutely nothing that you cannot achieve. So please, if you're looking and thinking, to be CEO, how? There's not like that though. This lady, Oye, went out with me. We're doing BU tours, and she said, I know what I asked her. She had my water bottle. She said, Madam, I'm going to Harvard. I'm going for your job. And I liked it because she has a goal. And she's not afraid. I mean, how many levels is when you hear it to me? But she's already seen what she wants to do. And she's already going for it. So I'm sharing the story so that you guys know that all of us can be whatever we put our minds to, so long as we can deal with that limitation. I'm still going to go for NDO, by the way. But that's on a lighter note. When I was preparing for this, I remember that I read up on a baby elephant. So when a baby elephant is small, right, they tie a rope around their neck, right, and they tie it to like a pole, and that will allow them move. But when they grow bigger, right, because they've been conditioned to be tied to a pole, even when they're big and they can move, they won't move because they've been conditioned to be in that place. So same thing with us. The environment has conditioned us that you're a woman, you're not supposed to speak. So you are limited by environment. You are limited by culture. You are limited by what your mother or your father says. Women don't talk when men are. We're limited by these things. We need to begin to change that. I remember Tony said to me just this morning that when we had a meeting with the technical crew, so all the chiefs and technical departments and their team members came and did a presentation to the CEO, and they just invited me to that session. I hadn't gone through the slides. And I'm not an engineer, so I have no experience in this, but of course I have a brain, and I can think, right? Like all of us have brains and you can think. And when they presented the things, he said to me that, okay, you were the only one that got up. Challenge, that you went up there, you were saying, explain this to me, explain that. In your questioning, they have to go back and redo it. And he said to himself, all these people are more experienced than this woman, this from the technical point of view. But she has challenged these questions regardless of the fact that she's a woman. So why am I sharing this story again with you? Do not be limited by the fact that you're not an engineer, by the fact that you're the youngest person there, by the fact that I don't have the experience. You have a brain, you can think. You have a brain, you can think. I remember when I went to Ikeja BU, she was having a session with her team members. And you know, and Benin said she's drama, she's energetic, she's driven, she will harass you, you lose confidence. And she was saying, you know, her way. And I looked at them, I was just looking at the UTM, I was like, I don't get it. And I just came to Ikeja BU. What does she know about Ikeja BU? What does she know about your business? And she's questioning you, valid questions, and they couldn't answer. They were intimidated. Why? So why am I using this particular example? I asked them, and I turned to them, I said, everything she had asked you, do you know the answer? They said yes. So why didn't you talk? So food for thought for us. That's a limitation again. She's the boss. So because she's the boss, I cannot speak. No! You can speak. You can speak to Folake, you can speak to Benin, you can speak to Bumi, you can speak to CEO. In fact, you need to see where myself, Benin, and Bumi are with CEO. Like he said, he's all looking at us. Now, that is supposed to be light, but the point is, do not limit yourself because I'm talking to a boss, because I'm talking to a woman or a man or somebody that's better than me. Do not limit yourself. So if there's nothing I'm leaving with you today, please take that one away. The limitation is you. And once you can do with it, the sky is the limit for you. Okay, so this strategic positioning was something that I thought about it, okay. There were different stories and the different scenarios I thought that I would, share in this slide. And Aisha first, that's Aisha Ahmad, who, like I said, she used to be in Wimbies. She used to be in private banking in Diamond Bank. She's now the DG of Diamond Bank, and she's been positioned to be CBN governor. She's one of the candidates. Why do you think so? What do you think that she was doing differently? Because a lot of us are hardworking, and a lot of us do a lot of, there's some projects you work on. But how do you position yourself? How do you project yourself when you get an opportunity to speak? When you have opportunity to showcase your work? How do you do that? Do you prepare for it? Are you deliberate? Do you take advantage of every opportunity you get to speak or to show your work without trying to be obvious? So I thought, you're looking at Aisha Ahmad, but Aisha Ahmad didn't start today. If you think about Aisha Ahmad, even the little things of we're having dinner at her house, or we're having dinner for someone and she needs to speak about a particular friend, you see Aisha, she will have notes. She will actually prepare. And by the time she's speaking, you notice her. For the next engagement, you ask her to speak because you know she will deliver well. So same thing with strategic positioning. Tell people, you need to protect yourself. You need to take advantage of opportunities that are brought your way so that you can be identified as someone that is strategic, someone that is not petty, someone that is professional, someone that is driven, or someone that is focused. So that's something that I think as women, we really need to pay attention to. And I think at this point, I will also speak about some of the things that work against us as women. So when I'm talking to my boss, CEO, he says things like, the perception men of us as women is that we're petty. That's the perception. Or we're emotional. We're not very controlled. There's nothing wrong with being passionate about something. But you need to learn to control your emotion, and you need to manage the perception of women they are petty. So someone brought something to my attention, I think last week, that there's a particular two female members in the same team, they don't grade themselves for 3 months. I mean, seriously. Now, guess what? When this conversation was being held, I was the only woman there. I can imagine how embarrassed I was. But I just planned to my kids, but I thought, why? Why do we put ourselves in this position? They will never say this about a man. So when they're thinking about strategic position, oh, this one is too petty. This one is, they will go and fight. They will put us. So we need to be careful about these little things. Pulling down, yakking. Take the feedback, move. Be clear in your communication. Do not be petty. You're not in your house, right? You can be petty in your house, it's fine. The guys are not petty. I use the example of Rotimi and Ogo. When Rotimi was still here, Rotimi and Ogo sit in the same office, they're friends. They drink together, they laugh together. When they're in the meeting, Ogo will take a position that is opposite of Rotimi's own. Ogo will say, what bitch nonsense. As in, serious? Rotimi didn't think through this, doesn't make sense. But the first time I thought, there's no bigger like it. And I stopped. As they finish that meeting, don't try me, and that's it. But in that same meeting, I've had meetings where a woman disagrees. What you're saying, they didn't even do like, well, what did you do? What you said here, it doesn't add up. They won't give stats. That's to I. It might be funny, but guys, this is real. It is real and it's true. And it is observed. It's not spoken, but people observe it. So when you are thinking of strategic roles and positions, those people don't come to mind. Oh God, let me go. Let's go to go. They won't be fighting. It's just, guess what? Is it an appraisal? No. Is it a KPI? But it has affected you because you're seen as petty, you are ganging up, you are gossiping. You can't deliver results by gossiping now, by tearing down. No, we need to support ourselves and we need to be deliberate about our careers. Now, that doesn't mean you should not disagree. If I always use the BNA all the time, me and the BNA, we rock it out. Wella, she's here. You know what? Immediately, you can come to me and say, well, no vet, which is true. I'm sorry. And we move on. We move on. So please, I'm putting that out there so that be conscious of it. Because the men already said, you say now, you should cry now. That's not good. Do you ever hear them say, a man will cry now? Are you saying that the man is not crying? In fact, me, when I give feedback to guys, I have guys and girls that work with me. I'm not as hard on the women actually, but with the guys, I don't out. And as I give you, I move on, everyone laughing. You think they're not paid? They test it. But then you say, but that is pain though. Has he cried? No. But a woman will cry. Why? You have to learn to control your emotions. You need to deal. If you want to progress in your career, simple. If you want to remain, no problem, cry. They will just bypass you. So please, let's not be petty. Let's communicate effectively. Sit down with your boss. This is where I have a challenge. This is where I'm not clear. This is where you spoke to me. I didn't like it. When they tell you, move on. Deal with this and move on. That's the professional way. And that's the way they begin to see you like someone that can be a leader. If I can't see you as a leader, as a woman, I won't put you. I won't say because you're a woman. I'm going to put the person that shows that they can deliver or do the work and they're mature enough to handle the responsibility. So I thought that was something that, you know what, we should bear in mind. Now, go to the next slide. I don't know if you guys can see this, but when I looked at these numbers, they were very troubling for me. So I'll tell the story about why these figures came up. So when Chapolegba, he's laughing because he's not going to say this, and during the tour, the PM was presenting numbers on their location. So he said, oh, number of staff, usual. And then he separated women from men. So I thought, okay, interesting. I didn't think of it like that. And of course, the women were much smaller than men in totality. And of course, they had a breakdown. So in technical, I think there were 6 technical women and then about 100 and something men. So at the end of the presentation, I asked him, so what was your objective of this sheet? What were you trying to show me? He said, it's just that. I said, yes. What? I mean, you put the presentation together, right? What was your thinking behind these numbers? And he said, they just normal stats. I said, so nothing occurred to you, you didn't see anything? He said, no. So I said, did you say that the women are not as much? Why? Why do you think so? It was a trick question. I said, why is it just 6 women in technical? He said, women, they can't really. I said, what do you mean they can't really? Then a woman said, no, we have a female nice woman. Or line worker, apologies. And then the other people said, hey, she doesn't carry ladder. Then when you say, what do you mean she doesn't carry ladder? He said, she's not meant to carry ladder. I said, I don't understand. What's her job? Line worker. What's the job of a line worker? Do they carry ladder? He said, did she say she cannot carry ladder? They could not answer. I said, so you decided that she cannot carry ladder? Then I said, Oye, I beg. He said, but they always say they can't carry. I said, Oye, please stand up. Come. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. So Oye was with me. So I said, I don't, she said, women are weak, they're not strong. I said, they're not strong. I said, Oye, please, tell me. I said, tell them. Please tell them what you said. Tell them what you do. She's an engineer and I know the assignment she's done. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Well, the point we wanted to make at the meeting is that for every job role, for what it's written on the paper, every woman can do it. When I drive the Hilux, the days my nice man decide not to come to work, I would support and be a mate, push up the ladder, still do my strategic work, still do my reports, still do my presentations, and all of this to achieve the goal that has been given. So we're basically saying that we can do anything that we put our minds to do. We are strong enough, we are smart enough. We can do it. There are no limitations beyond the ones we set for ourselves. Thank you. Well, during my training, yes, I did. When the job required that I had to. Now my job doesn't require that.
Thank you very much. Okay, but I would like to put that sheet up. So it is still troubling for me. So if you look at the gender split, we have 3,000 staff. And of that 3,000 staff, we only have 500 women. Why? So if we go to specific roles, right? If you look at IT, we don't even have any. So are you telling me that women are not IT savvy? HR, is it an HR thing? Is it? No, but the point is, are these limitations? Are we telling ourselves it is a man's job? We don't want to do it because we're doing ourselves a disservice. I said, if you go and check the KPI or the performance of this on technical team, where are they? This 57, I can bet you that most of them are either consistent or above. So are you telling me that all these 1,400 guys are all above? So they're consistent. So that means that for those 57 to be consistent, men too can do it. So we need to be very strategic and think about, don't limit yourself, limitation is coming again, to the roles that you think are for women. Go for any role that you think would help your career progression. I went to Ghana. The women in Sahara said, okay, your children, hey, boo, you're home. How are you going to do that? Guess what? Now, I'm not going to do as if it was easy. It wasn't easy. But there were sacrifices I made. So I came home every weekend. I worked in Ghana for 3 years. I came home every weekend. It cost me financially. It cost me to my body. I used to break out at that time. Thank God I had a good support system, which all of us need to also invest in. But my point was that I needed to do that Ghana assignment for my career progression. And I made the sacrifice. And guess what? The men make the sacrifices as well. So you better make the sacrifice if it is important enough for you. And thank God, my kids are okay. I came up with different strategies to help my support system. While I was in Ghana, I knew more about my children's homework than parents that were in Lagos. My friends would come and tell me, what was that project? I said, you're in Lagos, you're asking me. Because I had to do more. I knew all the teachers, I had to do Skype with them. So I was being deliberate. So it's not like I said, I left my family to follow career. No. I balanced it. It wasn't easy, but I did not let it limit me. So please, those numbers have to change. 20% is small. I don't want to hear it's a male-dominated sector. No. It's power. It's power. We can do it. You know the performance that we did last year, last 2 years, who are the people in power, the management? Who are the chiefs? We have them here. We have the CFO. We have the CHRO. We have Enopom. Take out those Shodi. So women can transform. So we need to change. Exactly. So please clap for yourselves. So the next slide just confirms what I just said. Did you know that 20 most gender diverse utilities significantly outperform the lower 20 in terms of profit? Did you know that? It's true. Did you know that in Africa, companies with women representation in management outperform their peers by 14% on average? Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that companies with more women in top management experience innovation intensity and produce more patents by 20% more than teams with male leaders? It's important to process that, to know the power of a woman. So on that note, I am a woman. I am a woman. I am proud to be a woman. Being a woman speaks to my agenda. It does not define my capacity or capabilities. I'm a woman. And then I shouldn't use this. If I need to use the power of being a female, I will also use it. And what do I mean? So, I know my CEO is uncomfortable with sensitive things. For me, the goal is to get approval. So, why am I saying that? What do I want to do? I want to get approval now. So, you know, I say, what are you doing? I say, okay, I just said so. So, we need to also embrace who you are as a woman. Use it well. But please, let's not use the one that they can use against us. Let's not use the one that they use against us. Now, also, you can also, you must also know who you are and not let what people think or what they say define you. So, I use myself again. I like to use stories on my personal experience. I love fashion. I love my weaves. I love my heels. I love my nails. I love color. That's me. I'm clear. I know who I am. When I have to get the job done, I will get the job done. So somebody thinks that because they are not comfortable with the nails and the heels and the color and the colored hair, that's your problem. Me, I'm working. You better go and discover who you are and embrace who you are and do the job. So please do not be clear about who you are. Understand who you are. I know it. I'm not fazed by it. Say, purple, high heels, loops. That's what I like. That's me. I'm not going to be anybody else. Like it not. So saying, this already. We didn't like that. When it become we day, you like what you like. Do it. If you fail, I will kill you. It's not the hair that's going to do the work. So please, guys, we need to know who we are. Let us not conform to standards of what a woman should be. I think we said that already. Conform to who you are and what you want to be known for. I think I said this. I do not have to fit in to make you comfortable. I don't have to. You better deal. I don't have to. I'm not going to be rude, but I don't have to. So you have to get so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or behavior can what? Rock you. So, I have a song. I'm every woman. Oh yeah now. It's only you. Dance now. Keep on playing. We're supposed to dance. And oh yeah, come. Help me. Support system. I need you here. You're my support system. Anyway, yes, please, every woman. You were supposed to check this.
I'm every woman. It's all in me. Everything that know like baby, I'm baby. Come on, stand up, boy. Come on, girl, stand up, young girl. I'm every woman. It's all in me. Some people are still sitting. Are we serious at all? What to hear? You're a woman. It's all in me. Bumi, come. Daily. I'm every woman. Come on. I'm every woman. I'm every woman. I'm every woman. I can't hear you. I'm every woman. Shout it loud. I'm every woman. Again. I'm every
very much. So clap for yourself. Happy Women's Day. So look at the woman beside you and say, you can do it. You can do it. Don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself. It's all in your head. It's all in your head. Well, I'll do my MBA, sir. So, can I go now? All questions, okay. So, do you have any questions for me? If not,
Let's ask our questions. 5 questions, please. 5 questions.
I'm not a man. I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. It was highly impactful. I'm still shocked as to why you want to do an MBA with all your accolades. It's not cheap. So, I definitely grew up with that notion as well, that if you don't have a master's, if you don't have an MBA, if you don't have some, bigger postgraduate degree, you can't move up in your career ladder. And I'm glad that you mentioned to us today that all you've got is your undergrad, and look at where you are today. Some of us are still limited in our mindset that we need to get those degrees. What do you think we need to do to really get ourselves from that mindset? Because in Nigeria, I have been to interviews where they have told me, come back in 1 year, we will have the job ready for you, go abroad and get a master's. They still do it till today. So those 2 things, what do you think we can do with that mindset, and why are you still pursuing an MBA with all that?
Okay, I don't think I addressed improving yourself. So please, I use my personal story to buttress limitation. Meaning, even though I don't have an MBA or a master's, there's so many things I have done. In fact, when I was in business school, in my living group, all the things I was speaking about were things I learned on the job. But guess what? You need to improve yourself. You need to continuously learn and improve your skills. So if a master's helps you do that, please, you should do it. So don't mix up the fact that I don't have a master's yet. So that's an excuse not to do it. I always use that in the context of limiting yourself. Now, I really don't have to do the MBA anymore because I have Harvard on my, I've got Harvard now, But on a more serious note, I'm not pursuing it now because it's a limitation. I'm going to do it because I want to do it. I might not do it. If other things come up, I'll just continue to do it. I'm not going to drop standard. I'm not going to stop learning. I keep learning. And learning is not only in the classroom, by the way. The people that work with me will tell you this all the time. I learn from people that work with me all the time. Derry and I worked on this slide together. By the way, please clap for her. Derry! Stand up for recognition! Derry. So that's another example, I'm digressing now, of positioning yourself and being deliberate about your work. So Derry works in RMMA. Of course, she doesn't report to me. And I've gone for at least 2-3 sessions in RMMA. And the little thing that they've asked, or little assignment she's been given, she's done it with such precision that I took a note of her. So when I needed to do certain things, I would call on her because I remembered the way she did her work. So that is part of, improving yourself. So if you don't know, for example, how to do data analysis, you don't need to go to school to do that. You can go and learn from RMMA. For example, UTMs come and present, and it keeps some of them don't know how to go through the data. Go and learn. You need to keep developing and improving yourself because it is something that you require to know what progress in your career. For certain roles, you need certain qualifications. So, for example, the CFO, I'm not so sure she can do that if she's not a chartered accountant, for example. So she would definitely need to do that. She can't say, I'm not chartered and I want to be CFO. Sorry. She's shot herself in the foot. Does that address you?
Thank you so much, Ma. I've been really inspired today. Your story is like mine in a way. When I wanted to do my MBA, I took it. And since then, I've been battling. But am I going forward? Yes, I am moving forward. And there's one thing, though you said it is kind of silent, that I've seen, I don't have a question, is that you don't run from challenges. And that's one thing I am taking away, apart from the limitations. If we want to move forward, you don't run from challenges. I remember when I was pushed to go to PTC, I literally ran away because of what is there. But here I am today. I'm better for it. So don't run from challenges. It only makes you better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Can we please clap once again for our
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being honest with us, for telling us the truth that we've gone with. Thank you very much. Okay, so now, in fact, it was such an amazing presentation that if we close now, we are good. It was really amazing.
Thank you very much again. Okay, so now we're moving on to our talk show segment. And the theme for the segment is It's My Life and I'm in Charge. From the keynote address that Konake gave, you know she's in charge. She's in charge of her life. So how do we condition ourselves? What are the things that we need to do to be in charge? It's one thing to say I'm in charge, and it's another thing to really be in charge of your life. Okay, so we are going to be hearing from 4 intelligent and amazing speakers. We are hoping that they will be very honest and open with us, and we will gloss over the answers, because there's no point in gathering here and listening to somebody just gloss over it and make it look like it's a walk in the park. Okay, so we'll be talking on 4 broad areas: leadership, finance, relationship, that's work-life balance, and we'll also hear from the young and single, their perspective of certain things. So we'd like to call on the first speaker. This particular panelist has over 20 years experience. She worked for 11 years with KPMG. She worked as the financial controller in Sahara Energy Resources Limited for 3 years. She was the CFO in Epping, and now she's the CFO in Kenya Electric. Please put your hands together and welcome our CFO, If my name says, please clap for her. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, before we call the next speaker, please, I just want to send messages out to female colleagues out there in the undertaking and business unit. They can actually watch what we're doing and also learn, from this session. So it's important that they are also keyed into the program. So we can send messages out, give out call, women only, yes. Women only, please, let's just send out the messages and encourage them to watch and learn as well. The next speaker that we're going to call on is a very powerful woman. She has 24 years plus experience, work experience, with 2 years in credit marketing and 22 years of core HR work. Out of that 22 years, 17 years in executive leadership role. She has worked in several sectors, including finance, technology, oil and gas, and currently power. So she's really a strong woman, and would like to call on our very own Ibiene Okeleke. Our hobbies include traveling, exploring new places, solving problems.
So our next panelist is an O&M coordinator. She has worked in various sectors. She was the key distribution manager at PZ Customs for 1 year. She is a graduate engineer with Kenya Electric, and she has been a graduate engineer with IE for over 2 years. She's the O&M operator at Kenya Electric. She has held that position for a year. She has several courses that she's involved with. The Happy Eating Foundation, Youth Leadership Initiative, which focuses on developing the potential of young people and making them better out of society. Please welcome Ibiene Olayemi Dorcas. Her hobbies include traveling and visiting new places, as well as brain tasking games. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, you're welcome. The next and the last speaker that we're going to be calling for the talk show is someone that I'll start by saying she's a curious, adventurous go-getter. She's big on women excelling. She's a very supportive and fearless individual. She has over 32 years work experience that span across different sectors, banking and power. She spent 5 years in FMGC and 24 years in banking. She went through the bank from the first level up to a very top level in banking before joining the power sector. She has a strong project that she's involved with, rehabilitation of youth, popularly called area boys. She's also into women mentoring, women initiative. She's into rebirth of women prison mission ministry and also life fellowship leadership. She's somebody we like to call our own boss lady and current business manager Loretta Ezekiel. Welcome, ma'am.
Okay, so we'd like to say welcome to the panelists. We are eager to hear from you today, and like we said earlier, we hope that you will be open, honest with us, and we are hoping to learn a lot at the end of this session. So we're going to be asking them a few questions. We have a few questions for them. We'll ask them, and we'll also take questions from the audience. Okay, so I would like us to say, it's my life and I'm in charge. It's my life and I'm in charge. Don't say it with an attitude. It's my life and I'm in charge. So we'll be in charge. Okay, so we'll start with, we'd like to start with, you make it look easy. I have interacted with you over a period of time. I know that you have a healthy family life, you are married, you've got kids, teenage kids, kids in their early 20s, you have an amazing relationship with your siblings, you have certain initiatives that you set up, area boys, you have a healthy spiritual life, so to speak, and you're the boss lady. So, is it easy? You make it look like it's easy. We know it can't be. So really the question is, can we have it all as women? That's number one. Then how are we able to juggle being a wife, being a sister, being a mom, and being the boss?
Is it easy? Thank you, Eric. No, it's not easy. I'll take a cue from something that Folake said at some point when she said that it could be pretty challenging and all that. Growing up was a little easy at the beginning and all that. Then at some point I lost my dad, and then it became really tough. I come from a family of about 9 siblings, and it really became tough. But one thing that was sure for me was that I was a fun person. And I think for that, I really never allowed that to leave me. I just like to have fun. Really didn't matter how challenging things were or are. I must make time to have fun. I must deliberately find time to have fun. And then of course children came and kind of came with its own challenges. But in between, I still found a way to have fun. My first daughter is 26 next week, and because she was an only child for a while, it was really tough on me and trying to manage her for some time. But in between, I had to have fun. And one of the things that I would always tell women is the worst thing you can do for yourself is not to make time for yourself. And you would burn out. You would literally burn out. So there were times when, and I'm not saying practice this, please, but there were times when I would literally just shut the door on my door after the new child at that time then, and just dance. And so I would dance for hours and just give myself a break. And then, so I also said something. You have to deliberately try and make your spouse your support system. Let me tell you, women, it has to be deliberate. Naturally, the man is not going to fall into that hole until you deliberately make him fall into that hole. So the tendency is that the man is probably going to see you as having to do everything, you understand, and while he just goes about his own business. So because I grew up with my mom saying that the man is the head, but the woman is the neck. And so because you can control the neck, the head has to go where you turn the head to go. So I grew up with that. So I deliberately made my husband, I don't know if it's the right way to say, but fall in line. You understand? And became a support system. At some point, because one person or two people in this room know, at some point it was rough. I probably could have been divorced by now. That's the reality, because it was really hard and it was really tough. But there were certain decisions, and that's why Folake kept saying, made us say those declarations at the end of her speech or her presentation or her session. I had to make a situation where my spouse fell in line. So with that, I had to have me time. So there was a me time for what I can do, say selfies now. There were the me times of solo traveling, so I would abandon everything else and just go alone. I didn't need that plenty drama or having to drag family with me. So I would do solo traveling. I would just go and I could wake up and decide, I know what, today is going to be, I'm going to the beach. And I had to deliberately make for me time. So the need to create that balance was important to me. If not, I probably would have torn my hair out by now, because I'm an on the go kind of person. So you need to be on the go with me. And then again, I need to teach my children how to be independent. So I'm not saying practice this, but none of my children need feeding bottles. Because I moved straight from breast milk to food. So I really don't know how to stabilize those things, because that's something I need. Because I needed that independence. I needed to, so these are real stories. So I needed to put everybody in line. So the truth is, I'm not saying practice this, but we had like timetable today, babes, you are cleaning the house, tomorrow is my time. So those worked for me. There was those kind of things worked for me. Today, babe, you're the one cooking. You're responsible for cooking for today, this week. You understand? And like for Folake, it was please and all those things. So there was nothing about disrespect. There was nothing about not allowing the man being himself. It was more of growing the relationship into a friendship that eventually helped me to create that balance. You understand? So that was really important to me. So I bring that, and when I get to work, I can be me. I don't have to, but when I get home, I shut down everything else, and it becomes family time. I shut down everything else, and it becomes family time. So, and then again, we have a culture in my family. Every Sunday, I don't cook at home. So Sunday is family time out. So we go to church, and from church we go to eat out, we go to see a movie, then we go to eat dinner, then we go home. I think that's been in practice for the last 15 years. So that's what we do. I don't cook on Sunday, we come to my house on Sunday, we don't even see us, we're not at home. So that's been the culture for us. So we go out, we eat, and so I make time out to do that, and then I balance, and then I get myself ready for work. So when I'm at work, I'm at work. When I'm at home, I'm at home. And I make time for my children. It's important that I did that. So I'm hanging out this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, I hung out with my first daughter. So we create that time. Then we can have your child talk to you, tell you things, let you know. So you are not caught unawares about the things that are happening in your children's life, because you're creating that time, you understand, to spend time with them and to understand what's happening and to let them be there. Because one of the things that I ensure that I try to do in creating balance is allow my children make mistakes. Because it was easy to correct them when they made mistakes, and be afraid that they will make the mistake, and then they will eventually make the mistake anyway. So they would make some of those mistakes, and then I will balance it out. So that's helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The next question is for Ibene. I understand you first became head of HR in your 20s. That's really an achievement. We just want to understand how you were able to achieve that, and also how did you get the opportunity, and how have you been able to build your leadership competence over the years?
I think it's important and I actually think that Folake's presentation build a very good context so that it's easier for us to build on it and go. So first, to know who you are. Then for me, I think what helped me the most is the way I was brought up. I was very fortunate to have gone to an all-girls school, one of the best all-girls schools. So it prepares you for the future. So I went to Prince College. So you are taught to be confident. You are taught to be, you're not intimidated by the male gender. Right? So that's why for me, my mindset, when that picture was shown, I choose never to see obstacles. I just don't look at obstacles. I actually see them as building blocks, to take my next level. So I like being very focused, very structured. And also another thing I want to share is I didn't come out with a first class. So I don't let disadvantages, their mindsets, they're only in your head. So I did, to even tell you the truth, I came out in a 2-2. I did very well in secondary school, but when I entered university, I played. So in the first 2 years, by the time I came in by year 3, there was no magic to do. So I came out of school, I didn't have 2-1. I wanted to work in Accenture, you know, all those mobile and whatever, where they tell you 2-1. But I said, okay. Then the next thing, they called me for LNG. Oh, you're from Bonny, and we can help you. I said, no, I'm not a disadvantaged child. I will work in LNG. I don't want it to be that I made it to the top because I was from River State. I said, no, I don't want LNG. And I'm very focused. I'm that kind of person that when I say, I want to work here, I will work there. And the next thing is I sit, I put a structure in place, and I'll say, I'm not intimidated by anything. So the things we have to learn is, the first thing, you have to have a vision and be very clear. And when you need advice or counseling or mentors, get people that have excelled in it. Secondly, I mean, like I said a lot, first you must, then, the world has changed today. Then, in the 90s, it was a man's world. It was a man's world. You didn't have many people working. Some of my friends left school and they were just straight into full-time housewives. Or the mindset then is, go and work with the government, where you can close at 2 o'clock and look after the children. I have people coming to me saying, let me marry you, we'll go abroad. But I knew what I wanted. My goal was clear. And I told myself, by 29, I want to be a full manager. And that was just my focus. And so I knew I had to do certain things. So I got the job. I worked in a regular place when I said, but when I got the opportunity, that's how I am. I work 5 times hard so I can distinguish myself. So if everybody is putting in this level, I'll give you 3. So that I would stand out. And that was how I was brought up. Do you understand? You have to work 5 times as hard if you want to get outstanding results. So that was what I did. And so I kept on going on my career. I was also fortunate to work with good bosses, men, to be honest with you. So when they see that in you, like for instance, when you are given an opportunity, take opportunity. It has to do. You tell yourself, this is my shine by loud, by shining by the results deliver. Except when you work twice as hard. I would go to strategy department, get somebody to teach me, and every kind. So I saw myself rising in my career. Do you understand? Fast. And I had another opportunity when I worked there, and it wasn't such a good company, but somebody that was my former boss where was when there was an opportunity. I did well in the interview, and I got that job. And because I had always done that, by 29, I already found myself being head of HR. So what would I say were the things is, it wasn't that people helped me or anything. Very determined what you want to do, be clear, get that, and I actually think it's your results will show for you. So you really need to do a lot of research. I'm that kind of person that I always like putting 5-year plans. But the way the world is today, you can't do 5-year plans. So you do 18 months, you do 24 months, and you look at the circumstances around you, and you keep tweaking it. But I'm always forward looking. I don't see obstacles, I don't see hindrances, I don't need to step on people. I'm focused. I come to a workplace. When I see women clustered, talking, gossiping, I don't hang around with them. I tell them, I didn't come here to hang around with you. I came here to get to the top. And I know the people, you know, there are some of us, when you come to class, like, this person is the smartest person. You hang around that person to ensure that you pass and you go. And you move on. You give yourself a timeline. So that's pretty much how I've always done it. But if I stay in a job today, I'm already planning for my next career move. And I start looking for somebody to replace me. Because the quicker you get somebody to replace you, faster you move on to the next level. So that's what it has actually been for me. Thank you very much. Success is very big. It doesn't just happen. Yes, we figured that out now. Okay, the next question is for me. Anytime I see I think money. Okay, we all desire more money, obviously. But in some ways, we struggle with savings. A lot of us struggle with savings. So how can we save more money? Practical ways to save more money. We always have a legitimate reason not to save. But how can we practically save more money?
Hello, women. Hi. Do we love money? Yes. Really? Yes. For Christians, what does the Bible say about the love of money? Now that we love the money. Money and carry all things. Money and carry all things. Good morning once again. It's been a good time. This last year has been quite refreshing for me. My work is a lot easier because it's something I do all the time, something I've done all my adult life. So it's a lot easier. And I think I'm in a position to actually get some bit of experience. I know that with women, in fact, if you look at one side of it, it's actually very easy for women to save money. I think the challenge we have as women is spending and saving on the right things. Because if you want to buy a shoe and you are determined to buy that shoe, you will save towards it and you buy it. So our real challenge is saving towards appropriate priority. So for me, I'm a bit scripted, so I'll just go through what I think. I think as women, what we need to do, begin to do, if we've not started, is what we call planning. We have to be more deliberate about our lifestyle. We need to plan. And don't get me wrong, whatever lifestyle you've chosen, it's fine. Just work towards it. If you're going to live the up life, it's fine. But accommodate what is important as well as you live the up life. Don't live the up life and abandon what is important to you. And so I come to the issue of planning. I think for me, it's important to have a foresight. This month, this quarter, this year, what do I want to achieve financially? And you know, if you also bring a local environment, I tend to hear people say, oh, I have family burdens. So even when I want to save, someone come and say, oh, that exam, I failed it, I need to rewrite again, bring money. My neighbor's daughter is getting wedded, you know, we need to buy something or contribute. Fantastic, all lots of plans. I think what we need to do differently is that ahead, before the plan, determine your plan. Ahead, say to yourself, this is what I need to do this month. And in planning, please build in the support system that you need to fund. So if you have a family that you need to practice support, consider them and say to yourself, what percentage of my salary do I need to put aside for my support system? What percentage of my salary do I need to save for my life, for my social cycle? So that upfront you have an idea of what you need to spend. And so that when that pool, you are done with it, you know what? You are done. I'm an accountant and I've been an accountant for a long time. On a monthly basis, I have in my head what I want to spend on friends, on socials. And so if this month, the only person that approached me is one person, you are a lucky person. Because you know what? You can have all I budgeted for that category of expense. But if it's a month that I have 10 people approach, 10 of you share it. You know, because I'm not going to exceed that budget. So it's extremely, extremely important that we have that. And then, when you budgeted appropriately for all you need to do, please bear in mind the word need. Need is different from want. Need is what is important. What is required? You require to live, you require to survive, you require to be in your right position. Anything in excess of that, my recommendation is to save away. Just save anything in excess of that. There are different ways, again, to look at it. The one that makes me a lot happy when I see is people that are not even in a paid job. I don't know for those of us that happen to relate with market women. There's some of them that consciously or unconsciously, they're saving a lot of money on a monthly basis. Because they say to themselves, every day I save 1,000 naira. So this person that is not earning 100,000 a month, at the end of the month will have saved 25,000, will have saved 30,000. You have some of them saving 5,000 naira a day. So, you know, in finance we call it cookie jar approach. You know when you have a cookie jar beside you and just dropping something in little and in big into that jar. That's also important. Even though you say, oh, my money is not much, I can't save so much. Don't wait until your money is so much. You know, what you do today is what you do tomorrow when you become rich. If you are not frugal today, when you become rich, you will not be. So for me, I would say start with simple things. Today, for those of us in a paid employment, something as simple as voluntary pension contribution. If the law says to help you, will help you to think, put aside 8% of your income to pension. When you look inward, especially if you are so busy that you find it difficult to do any extra saving, just say to a child, in addition to my 8%, put away extra 2%. So that invariably I have 10%. Because don't forget that for pension fund, even though you don't have a control over it, there is a guideline as to how it is invested. And for those of us that monitor it, you will see that there has been good growth on today's pension fund. In recent time, I was looking at my pension fund and I see that the value of my fund compared to my cost, that is what the company has been contributing, has appreciated by 80%. If you put your money in bank, where will you get 80% from? 80% is not in a month, it's over a period of time. So put extra money in pension fund is a good saving. Another one that happens around us is cooperative and tree society. Today we have lots of cooperatives. There are some that have been in the system for a while. There's a new one recently introduced, the Kenya Electric Cooperative. And the advantage of cooperative is limitless. When you put your money there, when you run into trouble yourself, you can go there and borrow. The interest you pay on the money you borrowed, part of it comes back to you. So you even earn more for borrowing. If you are a passive member of the cooperative, you earn less. If you are an active member, you keep borrowing, you earn more. Because your interest that you pay, you take a share of it in future. The Tree Society one is a bit, it's almost like cooperative, but it's a bit different. You know, there's some, they call it Ajo, I'm from Yoruba side. They call it Ajo. And basically, you know, there's this group that they'll say to themselves, maybe group of 10, let's put together 100,000 on a monthly basis. Yeah? It's not cooperative. 100,000 on a monthly basis. And we decide, and you collect on January. So in January, and you collect how much? 100 times 10. 1 million in January. So, and I could decide that this January, that 1 million, I need to use it to pay my children's school fees. In February, Bumi packs the 1 million. So you find that you that had only 100,000 in a month, you could pack with a bulk sum of money when you needed it. The alternative would have been to go to a bank and say, I need 1 million, and they charge you 20%. See this street, nobody's charging you anything. 100 that you have contributed over yeah, you have access to it once. I would also say that it's important to also have what we call emergency fund, because there are times that there are things, it's just natural. There are things you don't plan for. You can't even see it, even when you have extra eye, witchcraft, whatever it is. You can't see it coming. So you need an emergency fund. I mean, depending on your pocket, you could say to yourself, I have a savings account where every month at least let me give 50,000 back. So 50,000 of calls for, you don't panic because you can make recourse to that emergency fund. There's something not in our client yet, but we can do it in HR. I'm happy Vanessa here, she can help us. There's something we call automatic investment arrangement. So it's similar to retirement savings. So what you typically do is, assuming we have like a paper set, or any fund manager comes to us and say, oh, we can help you with fund. Rather than waiting till it's 100,000, you can bring it to smaller numbers. So you go to HR and say, HR, please on a monthly basis, 10,000 of my monthly income, let it go to this fund. So HR already programs it in, just as they will have program payee or pension. 10,000 goes into that fund. So the fund manager, at the time you get the first 10,000, you don't know what they're doing with it. But over time, they're informing you, oh, this is your 100,000 now. It's not channeled for this. So we don't need to, so for me, the real point is, you don't need to wait until you're a millionaire to invest. There is no salary that is too small. To be sincere with you, most of us, including myself, if you are not careful, as you progress, as your salary increases, your costs, your responsibilities will increase. So there has to be a deliberate plan to ensure you curtail and you are still able to invest. So when you have salary increase, hopefully you can do something this year. And I'm thinking about that salary increase. Please don't fill it up with costs. Don't fill it up with responsibilities. We must make ourselves look beautiful. We must wear good clothes. We must wear good shoes. We must wear good lips. But please, we must be sensible. We must be sensible. It brings me to your idea of a woman who jumped into the language, into the water. And the reason for jumping is I have into a lot of debt. I can't pay that debt. I said to myself, the woman is unfair. Because you know what, when you were taking that debt, that would have been next of kin. You could have put your estate on the line. And so when you go, the debt has not gone. The debt will come to your estate. It will come to a next of kin. So what you basically do is make other people inherit your debt. So we must be wise, because really there is no shortcut to contributions. There's no shortcut to saving. It doesn't have to be deliberate. I do hope that you are not practicing.
Thank you so much. Being financially free is deliberate. It's a deliberate move that we have to make. It's a decision. I love one point that you raised. No salary is too small. You can start today.
Thank you so much. So we're going to hear me. I know you, and I know that currently you are the operations and maintenance coordinator for a location that is quite challenging, and you have a lot of men that report to you. Most of them are even much older than you are. That in itself must be very challenging. So we want to know, what challenges do you encounter? You understand? And how are you able to overcome those challenges? And then again, how do you gain the respect and cooperation of those men that have to look at you like this small girl? How do you gain their respect and make them to fall in line with them and do what is expected of them?
Okay, so
when I first got to know undertaking, you know when this popular stuff when they say I never expected it. I practically never expected it. Like it was like throwing you in the midst of the ocean. As in, she actually said she was going to throw us in the midst of the ocean and leave us to survive. And actually, she threw me in the midst of the ocean and left me to survive. Okay, so the challenges are there. Actually, you know, they are there, but you as a person, you don't see yourself as a woman or as a man. You have to, it's a role, and then you have to just deliver on the job. Basically, I think that's just it. You make sure that you deliver on your role. Whatever you have to do to get your job done, you have to get your job done. Because nobody sees you from, she's a girl, let's leave her to. No. You are being paid to get the job done. So get the job done. That's what happens. So fine, you're faced with the environment, challenging the environment is tough, but you have to, number one, set structure for your life. I mean, I've heard that a lot today, and I think that's something everybody should actually take home. You should have order in your life. You should have times when you do particular things. You should be able to put your priorities. You should be able to say, okay, yes, this is what I want to do today, and I want to achieve this today. You should be able to coordinate your team in such a way that you get the best of what you want to get done, so you don't leave any things undone, basically. So how do I get my team to work? Okay, so I think I'll say two basic things. Number one, respect. I make my team know that I respect them, as they know that upfront. A lot of them, both male and female, they know that I respect them. You know, some of them are even a lot older than me. So I give them their due respect. So there are times when I tell them things like, Oga man. Sometimes I call them Oga sometimes. As in, Oga Solo, how far? What was the plan? What are we doing today? You know, so they know that I respect them. They know. So I tell them things like, guy, how far this work? You are the boss in the room. Whatever you say now, that's where we are going to go. So they know that everybody wants to be a king and a queen in his own sphere of area or in his own area. So just let them know that they have your respect. That's one. And then number two, I would say let them know that you have value. Let them know that you have value. So I make that very obvious to them. So even though I know that I give them that I respect you position, they know that whenever it's time to get the job done and there are things that they are deviating from, I'm like, no, that's not how to get it done. You are getting it done this way. So fine, even though I know that you are a king in your own area, they know I know the job. I'm on top of my game. So when they are deviating at some point in time, I can bring them back to us and say, no, that's not the way to get it done. Let's do it this way. If you want to follow safety, you have to follow safety. If you have to do this, we have to do this. So they know that I have value to offer, both on the job and even in their personal lives. There are times when I see them in two boxes and I can see somebody and I'm like, this person did not sleep well, or there's something wrong with this person. So outside the job, you can call the person aside and say, what's happening? And he's like, madam, my wife who is a student, she has not been able to give birth to the hospital. I'm like, okay, do you want a day off? Let me slow down the team today. This person can cover up for you. Just tell him to cover up for you. You can take a day off. So sometimes you have to be able to let them know that you are interested in them, not just because you want work, no, but because you really care about them. In fact, there are times when Madam Enoloza will come and defend and say, man, my guys are not doing this. I think we don't, and you know, but they are not doing. Do you understand? Either you bring extra team or we're not doing that kind of stuff. So sometimes they have to know that you have their back. You know, you don't just want to kill them. You actually love them, and then on the job, you just want to make sure that everything works out. So that's basically just it.
So you also have to be sensitive to the people that you work with. That's very key. And when you are sensitive, you get the best out of the team because you know that it's not just about money. Okay, so back to Eno. Okay, bearing in mind all the various responsibilities that you have, scrambling for your attention, how have you managed to be married for how many years? Okay, so how have you been able to keep the flame and romance going in your marriage?
because for that kind of I don't know how many people have seen my husband before, or even know my husband. My husband is a hot man, if I must say so myself. I mean, my husband is he's really packed. So number one, he puts me on my toes. So I have to be running after him. I cannot allow the ghost girls come and collect my husband. That's what they like. Okay, so I have to give a shout out to Pastor Ezekiel wherever he is right now, because my husband has been a real rock of Gibraltar for me, and he's the one that is actually, you know, he gets to see when I really am tired, because he works his end of his own business and work is a lot easier for him, and he gets to see. So he's my number one cheerleader, and because of that, we try to ensure that we have as much fun as we have. So we are constantly looking for shows to go to. We go to a lot of shows, so there is no Alibaba Fest tickets that we haven't been to. We go for shows, we go for comedy shows, we go dancing a lot. We belong to like 3 different dance clubs, so we're always dancing, trust me. He's a gym rat, so we probably belong to almost all the gyms in Lagos. And our bands have our gym bag. We have not been to the gym in a while, but so we do activities together a lot. And then because we are 2 very strong prayer warriors, so we don't start our day without. That's who we talk to first. So we talk to God. So we're involved in quite a few activities, church activities and all that. So we are constantly looking for something to do. And we enjoy each other's company a lot. You know, and then because my husband also likes like Folake, and Folake knows him. So my husband likes a lot of colors. So our house is very colorful. So we don't do white and all that. So when we want to have fun, we go to the purple room. Or we go to the, well, I'm sorry, but you wanted to get the truth. So we take what you see. So, but the bottom line is that we try to have a lot of fun. And we do not allow the external factors or the environs to determine that for us. We deliberately have a lot of fun because we know that the older we get, if that fire does not continue to burn, we will burn out as a couple and it will literally affect the marriage and in some way get onto the children. So when we start, our children are like, hey, they started to do shit for them. You understand? But it also lets our children know that that's how it's supposed to be. That fire has to keep burning. That you can't allow at any point in time that fire goes down. So my husband is the reason why my hair is red, because he said to me that as you is a real supporter, as you zero out of your 40s, do something crazy and I'm right behind you. And I looked at it and I said, what crazy thing will I do? You say you're zeroing out, so mama, do something crazy, make a statement that walk out of your 40s and I'm right behind you. And he took me to the salon, sat with me for 4 hours and ensured that my hair was ready before we came out. So that's how we do the fire.
Thank you so much for being very honest with us. And now we know that to keep the flame, the fire and the romance in a marriage or any relationship is what there is grace. Nothing happens by mistake. I'm sure we gathered that already.
Okay, okay, the next question is for Ibiene. We'd just like to know, what sacrifices did you make to get here? You know, along your journey through your career, what are those things that you've lost, you know, in all honesty, and what have you gained? You look back through the years now, You know, what are those things that, wow, I lost this because are those things that you gain?
Because I'm thinking about, I don't think I've lost anything to start with, and I don't think there was any sacrifice. Maybe it's a closer word to be, but were there a few price to pay to achieve something? Probably. And why would I say that? Price typically is time. And I'll give that example. Most times when you have a focus or a goal, certain things would have to drop off. For instance, Bumi said, if you want to save, it's not everything you see you buy. So it's more of trade-offs or price to pay, but not regrets or anything like loss. So a case in hand is going back to that famous MBA story. So I came out, I worked in a bank, and I was dealing with the fact that I did a BSc in industrial relations and I entered HR. And so for 2 years I was like, from these 4 years that I used to study this course, I didn't need it to do HR. So I said I'm not going back for another MBA till I'm convinced that I really need the degree. So when I went into financial services and they took me into credit, then I knew that I needed financial analysis. Then also, you know, there was this question of, do you really need the MBA? Now let me respond to that from a career perspective. You really need a global MBA, and I'll use that to tie to when you have a vision. If you are somebody that's sitting today and saying, I want to get a job anywhere in the world, please go and get not just any MBA, but a reputable international degree. It doesn't have to be MBA, it can be MIS, it could be anything, the world is changing. So I want to respond to that question, because like Bisola said, some people may ask you, why don't you have an MBA? But if you are an entrepreneur and you've achieved the peak of your career, you may not need the MBA. Let's address that. So a trade-off, one of such trade-offs was, at the time, I had to do the MBA. I don't want to travel, but I wanted an international MBA. So I registered for the Lagos Business School MBA. So I had the responsibility in the office. And anybody that has done the Lagos Business School MBA, you take Friday off. And for you to take that Friday off, you stay awake all night because it's an executive MBA, so you must combine it with working. Be a leader. And I had a leadership position in church. So that was probably the only time I had a trade-off. So I had time for myself. That was the first time my house was organized. For 2 years of doing an MBA, you will probably have anything. People won't see you at parties. So that was the only time I had what you call sacrifice. And it was that personal time that I had to. And when you're doing an MBA, because you're practically always in school, all your vacation period is used for intensive week, something. So for probably a whole year, you may not even have that your vacation. So you don't have that luxury of annual leave. We had colleagues in our class, my classmates, that somebody delivered on Friday. By 3 days, she was back in class. The nanny was in one of the rooms with the baby. Every time we have one class today, she runs out to breastfeed. So probably that was the only time in my life that I had to do that. But that MBA was important for me. So that was the only time I would say I had to pay the price. No obstacles or barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so back to the needs. Our jobs, family, social responsibility, they take up almost all our time, if not all our time. So are there any business opportunities, side hustles, of course, no conflict of interest that we can engage in?
Time is precious. And for us all, the extra time we have depends on the role we are in today. There are some of us that can confidently say, by 5 o'clock, I'm done for the day. Right? For this category of people, you have plenty hours beyond 5. For some of us, it's not the same story. You probably have to work till 8 or longer. Even if you are not physically here, it does not mean you're not working. Even if you are home, you probably take your work home and you let me work from home. So I would say, depending on where you find yourself, determines what is suitable. Then secondly, I would not want us to take the notion away that you must do something else. Because again, we need to be careful. You don't want to burn out. You also don't want too many distractions. So you must evaluate the current job you are doing and say to yourself, what is appropriate? For the group of people that will spare extra time weekday, and even possibly you have the whole of the weekend to yourself. Of course, you could have side also. That means you are physically going to do some management of the business or the partnership or whatever arrangement you're going into. But those that have less time to spare, you could also go into some business arrangement, but then you need to be wise about it. Who says that I must be the CEO of my business? You can be the chairman. You can remain just the shareholder, such that what you've done for that business is you've set up, you've given them seed capital, and then you look around and say, who is that diligent man or who is that diligent woman that could nurture this seed, and make it blossom? Maybe I want to retire into this business. Then you put that diligent man or woman to do the day-to-day running of that business. Then you as an individual, what do? You put in place controls, you put in place measures, you make sure that you sort of oversee. Overseeing doesn't mean you have to be physically there. Because that is where you can wear yourself out and you find out that you are chasing two rats. In the end, you don't even have your hand over any one of them. You want to avoid such situations. So if your work requires a lot of concentration, then you are better concentrate at your work. If you must have a side business, you are better set up in such a way that somebody else is responsible for the day-to-day management of that business. But aside physical business, there's something we call passive investment. Because all this, what is the goal? The goal is to make extra cash, right? You want to have something to fall back on other than your salary. So anything that makes that possible is what you should be looking at. A pharmacist can say, okay, because really I close at 5, from 5 to 9, I'll be at the office. Weekend I'll be there. But I do not know whether a BM can do that. The BM cannot do that. So the BM, to make other income, can look at passive investments. Passive investments are investments where your money does the business. You are away, all you've just done. Some people, their own daily income is earned from advising, from monitoring your investment. So you look around for possible investment you can put your money into. Put your money into it. If you have some spare time, you can dictate exactly what you want the money to be used for. If you don't have that kind of time, evaluate the funds that are available around you and say, oh, this fund, how have they done in the last 5-10 years? If you've done well, if their return looks like what makes you happy, put your money in that fund. You don't need to be involved in what they use the money for. But at the end of the day, or at the end of the year, or at the end of the period, you will see the kind of return that money has made. So my advice to be for most of us at work, let's be more conscious about passive investment. You can also do both. You can do both passive and active, where you have a side business and physically you are involved at your spare time. You also have passive. In fact, you can find yourself in a situation where, similar to where IE is today, that the one you are physically involved in is not even making money. That the passive one is more making money. I don't know for those who might have had experience where you set up a boutique and you just find out that the staff there are literally making money off you. You, the owner, the only thing you have is probably the name of the boutique. Bumi and Sons is all you have. The people that are reaping the benefits are the people that you have put there. If you are still under the notion of I must set up Bumi and Co, Bumi and Sons, then you are just throwing good money after bad business.
so much. Now we go on to the next speaker, and after that we can take questions from the audience. If you have anything you want to add or learn from the topic that we picked, you're free to ask those questions. So you can write your questions down, it makes it easier to ask. Now, Koyemi, I'd like to know, does your job affect your personal life? Does it, outside the organization, how does it affect your personal life? And have you met guys who are kind of intimidated by what you do?
Thank you very much. Okay, obviously, your job or my job definitely rubs off on my personal life. Okay, one very obvious way is just by telling somebody what will get their electric, you can sit down there for 30 minutes answering questions of why the transformer in their house doesn't give them light and why they don't have to pay meters and all that and all that. So definitely your job has an impact on your personal life. But outside that, there are times when, okay, because for example, like most of the time I have to be on the field, yeah, so when I'm waking up in the morning, and then I'll maybe for like when I got to Ghana, for example, for like the first 1 week, I still try to put makeup, try to look fine. When you realize or you get to the field and come back to the office, you're already looking like nothing worse than you left the morning. So what's the point? Just go the way you are, and you're naturally beautiful. So guess what? A lot of times like that, I've gotten so used to that lifestyle that even when I'm going out for normal things, I have to intentionally say, no, my friends will be like, no, don't go like this. Make up your face, you have to put lipstick, put eyeliner, so you have to now intentionally do all those stuff and act look like a woman. There's sometimes people say, wow, you wear gowns, oh my god. So all those kind of stuff. And then for the second question about I mean, my guys that, oh, yes, definitely. Okay, also on the challenges of the job, but I would like to say there are times when your people can actually, okay, for example now, your customer wants to see like how many people and then they're like, please, I want to meet technical person on the job, and they're like, okay, you're talking to me like, no, I mean the head of that alone is already like, I don't get. So they start asking me, okay, why is my transformer not on supply? I don't have like the past 3 days. Why don't I have like okay, sir, due to this reason, due to that reason, we will not be able to energize the transformer, and maybe by tomorrow, next tomorrow, they're like, no, I was getting like this, and you're like, sir, we can't energize the transformer today. Just because you have insisted and just told them clearly that because of the health of that transformer, you take anything upside down already. Number one, you're small. They will start telling you how their wife in the house is definitely older than you to that on that chair. So definitely. Also, I've definitely met guys also who are like, because you are in quotes, you're a boss lady or the madam or something like that in the office, they'll be like, you will definitely not be respectful, and you think I'm going to marry you, you'll definitely not bring any more money than me. They just make all those assumptions in their head. But guess what? I don't even want to live with somebody like that in the first place, because if you don't respect me beyond like, you have this and you have that, and then you definitely will have issues in the future. So me, I'm aiming for, I've got my mind now, I'm never talking anywhere, I already have issues. When I have to come, I don't want you in my life, so that's just this for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So it's question time. Please, can we 5 questions for the, can you just raise your hand if you have questions? Sorry? Okay, let's just take questions. Yes, first. You can direct your question to any of the No, they have questions. There's someone at the back.
Thank you very much. Question is for the CFO. Please, which PFA are you using?
So 80% similar and nuclear advances. I use plastic. Because of the 80% growth, I guess. Questions, please. Questions. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My question is for my sister, the boss lady. I admire your strength, man. I want to ask, how do you balance it at home? I go out there, talking to the customers, I'm stressed out. This as well as out of talking, my voice. And then I get back home, trying to prepare. My husband says he doesn't like food in the microwave or in the fridge. I need to prepare a big carrico, I need to prepare that. And then I need to prepare maybe this concussion rice with vegetable and pepper people, you know. And then you sit down in the parlor. And even when I use the little voice like, please, morning, madam, please, I'm busy. Busy do your work. So I don't know that I should be patient. I should pray. I'm getting it here. I'll threaten him and say, I'm going to pick this job, I'm going to pick this job so that all the professor will be on your head. Please, if you're not assisting, it's okay. Weekend I'll help you because I don't want to have house help. I've had some nasty experience with house help, so I don't. So it's okay. Weekend I'm going to assist you in cleaning the house. And early morning is off. I have an engagement. So my sister, I don't know what else to do.
Question that we want to hear, the honest one, but they make it sound as if it's so easy.
Okay, I like that question because, like, if you remember when I spoke the very first time, I said it wasn't like that before, and that I had to deliberately work my way into ensuring that began to happen because I was a banker. And we all know, I mean, I would get out of the house I was living on the mainland, working on the island, and in Victoria Island, we needed to break that, and it was really burning me out. So sometimes, I mean, and then you come back and you now have, most times, when I was a banker, you would get home before me, you know, then, that early time, you would get home before me, and like, seriously, guys, and I was waiting for you. Go do more. Seriously, you know. So it's a process, and again, because our spouses are not identical to each other, you have to know what fits for your husband, really. Because I can't sit down here and tell you that my Panadol is going to work for you. That would be a lie, you know. So you have to deliberately find out what his weak points are, and trust me, they have. So, you know, and begin to work your way into getting him into your system, your own kind of system. So for me, for instance, I would do a lot of acting, and trust me, I mean, if your is not wrong when she says I'm a drama queen, I have Nollywood skills that will blow your mind. I can guarantee you that Genevieve that she cannot even match up. So sometimes I will get home and I will be late for work, and I can start limping from the day. So you understand? And they say we should tell the truth. I will start limping from the gate, and I will just look for one nice stick before I get into my car. So I would come down with the stick and be holding it until I get into the house, and questions be like, "This what happened to you?" I'm like, "I tripped, I fell," and they're like, don't worry, I'll get to the kitchen. We started to do it like that. So sometimes I will fall, sometimes I will have a headache, sometimes I will come back, hang out with a friend or two, come back really late. He began to get with the program. So somewhere along the line, we began to find it together. Then at weekend, we say, you don't want to, because my husband doesn't like food from the fridge. So he would want his food fresh. He has changed though. Okay, so then I used to have things in freezer bags, you understand? So I would maybe do vegetable and all, put all the things together, put them. So when I come, I just, you know, some restaurants you go, they make your meal on the spot. So I used to have all those meal on the spot things, you know. So when I come, so over the weekend when I've gone to work and I come back, it will help me to be doing those things. And do the receipt, do the other things with the package in freezer bag. Because the thing that it did not help me, you will not see the food to eat. So eventually, it caught up with my tricks eventually. But by that time, we had our life.
Thank you very much. Continue saying what happens in Vegas.
Please, it stays well.
Okay, so we have a question. This question is for Idiene. This question is for Idiene. Can a lady desire a career change at age 30?
When you say career change at 30, sounds very simple, but I think I need more clarity in that question. So I'll address it well. Okay, so I think the question is, you want to move from one extreme career to another career. We welcome news is today in 2019 that can happen. 10 years ago, it may not have been able to happen. 20 years ago, it can happen today. But the key is, if you want to switch from maybe an engineering role to finance, it means a quick way is you have to do your ICANN. The minute you do that ICANN, the way the world is today for skills, because you have that engineering finance, you actually should have a better opportunity, because you are going to be a finance person with practical experience. I mean, the finance person wants to go to engineering. It means you're coming with business acumen. So it happens today in the real world today. That is how the world is. It's very welcome.
Thank you very much for that. One last question. What can one do in a situation where a man asks you to choose between your home and your career? I'm an accountant and I'm determined to be a chartered accountant. But when I started my ICANN lectures, I come home late and it's always a tug of war.
I will take that question from two angles. My first angle, which is the easiest angle, is the time you are setting out to marry. It's important at that time you have an evaluation of who, what is your career aspiration? What do you see yourself being in 10 years, in 20 years? And at that point in time, I would say there must be extreme care, especially for our singles. There must be extreme care to say yes to only that man that can support your dream, that can support your aspiration, in limit your trouble in future. Because if during the relationship stage, a man was already telling you, I cannot see my wife coming home at 5 p.m. I cannot see my children being at daycare. Please, those are warning signs. Those are like tremors. When you hear there's tremor somewhere, you run. You know, you do 440 out of the area. That's the easiest one. The one that is not so easy Now you've entered it. How do you manage the situation? For me, a career-oriented person, so I will not say to anybody, quit your job. No, I won't say that. What I would say is that you need to manage the situation. How do you manage the situation? What are the real complaints? What are the root cause? Because some of these issues, you are only dealing with the symptoms. What are you doing? You won't deal with the root cause of the issue. What is triggering in saying you have to be at home or you have to quit your job? If, for instance, it's the case of somebody saying my food has to prepare fresh, me, I think that's very easy. Very, very easy. In today's world, everything is all around us. You have a blender who will do all the cooking. You want it delivered at 6 p.m. Your house 5:45. You set it on the table. You now have fresh food to eat. Yes, now, right. If the issue is that he doesn't want housemaid with his children, it's also fantastic. I trust he has a mother. His mother come and support, you know, because he's not saying we don't want help. He's saying I don't want housing. So you get family support that will help you. Alternatively, you can also sell your idea in daycare to say, oh, today, you know, in the olden days or maybe some years ago, daycare is actually a place where you go, and sometimes you can get there and be pissed. You see all the children crying. Things have changed. A lot of schools, good international schools, wrong crutch now. So he's not just sitting and crying. He's not administering Fenigal necessarily. They are also teaching them. So these children grow up to speak good fluent English just by staying in a crutch within a school system. If the issue is respect, because you see, to be fair to ourselves, a lot of us women, once we're comfortable, we don't gather out. We don't. So the guy says something to you, you flip already. Why are you flipping? Because you think, you know what, you get out of this house today, why not? I go to 4 points, I take your room, I'll sleep there. Those ones will cause further commotion. So what we can do in that instance is respect you want. Give it in big doses. You want me to wake up in the morning and we all build good morning. Even when you are smelling in the morning because you don't brush your mouth. Manage now. Oh. You want me to call you 4 times a day? How are you, darling? Have you had breakfast? Have you had lunch now? You know, do that. So we need to make little sacrifices. As we sacrifice our career, we also need to sacrifice our marriage. And you know what? Today, marriages easily break because, I guess because you have more women in career, you have more women that are financially independent. There has to be a conscious effort at managing your relationship. Faraka said something that caught me while she was speaking. That even while she was not in Lagos, she knew more about the own work given to her children than Lagos. I would imagine that the children comes home with bad results. It would have been easy to say, it's because you were not there. But if you were not there but you were there, that gap will not come up. That's why I said it's important to look at what is the root cause of the issue. The last one I want to make reference to. If you got married to a partner when you were both nothing, to aspirate to another phase, you got married to a mechanic. Both of them are on the same level. Aspiration was the same. You bring 50K in a month. If you bring 60K, everybody is happy. But along the line, you were lucky. You related with good people. Good people mentored you. And you went back to school. I don't know, did anybody remember the case of the lady that was carrying a heavy bread? That photobomb photo shoot. I'm sure you know who the husband was. In that situation, I will advise us, as we are delivering our career, we must also ensure we carry along our partners. If you start from the same ground level and you are making progress, the mistake you will be making is to leave the guy there. You must encourage him. As I'm now going to do some part-time thing in Yaba College of Education, I think there's something that will work for you. I can't confidently tell you, it's a lazy man approach. I don't have such money. You will take up the cost if you can. So that both of you grow together and you will see that mentality will change together. You will have less struggle. And it will be good for you. You manage your home, your children are happy. Because obviously children raised in a happy home are happier and they have more fun of success than children raised in battered homes. I hope that sort of you.
Okay, so I don't know what the question, but yes, I have been there before. And one thing that I'm going to leave with this person who asked this question is, you've got to make your husband your best friend. I have grown to, Bumi said something that is so apt. I was going through the social media the other day, and I was in total shock. I'm not sure I had gone through up to 4 or 5 sites, and everything I saw was a marriage breakup. Marriage of 6 months, 8 months, 3 years, 2 years, and my heart bled, because when I read the comments of what some of the things of the people who came out and said it, I remembered where I was coming from and realized that one thing we women don't do is we don't know when to shut up and we don't know when to speak. And over the time I have learned that I've been married for a couple of years now, and I think I can speak authoritatively on that, is that you cannot outshine a man's ego, and you cannot rob a man of that ego. He was born with it. A man is sitting, the average ethnic man today, go to Calabar as I speak to you, is tying wrapper on his waist and has one asang on his neck, and he's just sitting down doing nothing. As I speak to you today, the average Efok man is doing that now as I speak, and his wife is running up and down the whole place. But you see the same wife coming back, and she starts to sing for him from the door. And she's eulogizing her husband, who has not gone anywhere for the whole day, drinking tumbo in the front of his house. And then she's coming and she's singing that to him, and going on, and she gets what she wants. So in the course of that, when I had that issue when I was in banking, and at some point I worked in Access Bank there, and I would get home at, everybody knows Access Bank, I would get home at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. because we always bring things. One day I got home and my husband was standing outside, and he had typed my resignation letter. He had typed it. He just told me, sign. Just sign. You understand? And I remember there had been some issues at home because of this. Give up this career or you leave my house. And I had sat with my mom, and my mom reminded me and said, you think it's only the Yorubas that have Orikis. You will look for her, and my husband is, I'm married with Delta man. You will look for her, you will sing him to follow you. Make your husband your friend. Figure out how you are going to, it's not only food that is in a man's stomach. Eulogize your husband to see where it is that you are going. And when I began to do some of those things, you know, and when you need to see, my husband is fair like me, so when I'm eulogizing him, he's turning pink. Please don't report me to my husband. He's turning pink and he's going red. But you see, I ended up getting him to help me to navigate myself. And today, I'm sitting down here. So I urge us women, those of us who are married, Sometimes learn when to just shut up. Learn, some of us don't know our husband's weak points. So we don't even know where to get to our husband when we have those issues. Because we just see, he's shouting, you're shouting. He's talking, you're talking. My sister taught me how to be quiet and observe. Yes, I can be quiet for a bit. My sister taught me when to be quiet. And in the quietness, I actually get things done more. So yes, you may think he's not supporting you, it's just his ego speaking. Figure out how to navigate that ego. The heart of the man is in your palm. You don't need a juju man. You just need to understand him better and figure out how you can get him to be eating from that palm. And when he starts to eat from there, my sister, he won't stop and be eating forever.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Before the end of this talk show, please, can we get the stage?
Thank you, my honorable speakers. I'm really lifted in my spirit. Thank you so much. I just want to quickly have this. They've said it all. That you don't need to go to maybe your PFA or anything. If you have your salary account, you could meet with any of the officers there that at a particular, at the time your salary drops. In talking, you would have figured it out. That let it go to target savings. They have different loans, but it will come. Some will come with interest. It will not be big. Some will tell you if you don't pick it in a year or two, you have more interest. So when you do that, it's what comes to you that you will be seen as your salary, and at the other end, you are saving. Thank you
very much for that. So we'd like to say a big thank you to our speakers, and they are all in-house. This is something that we have in-house. I'm sure we pay, if this was a business event, we pay a lot of money to hear every single thing that they told us today. So we say thank you very much. Thank you. And I guess we figured it out by now. We should have figured it out by now that life is deliberate. Life doesn't just happen. Success doesn't just happen. We don't just come. We don't just come. We have to be very deliberate in every single thing that we do. Deliberate in our savings, deliberate in our relationships, deliberate in our career, and God will help us.
Okay, we move on to the next segment of the program where we talk about emotional well-being, and we have a profound leader in this area who's coming to talk to us on this issue, and I'm sure we'll learn a lot from. She's the medical director and psychiatrist in chief at Pinnacle Medical Services, in addition to being the MD CEO at Pinnacle Medical Services. She's also the founder of Pinnacle Health Radio, which is the #1 online health radio and an NGO, Pinnacle Medical Speak Out Initiative. As a forerunner in the practice of mental health, neurofeedback and biofeedback therapy, and other novel therapy techniques in Nigeria. She's a global affiliate of Workplace Options in the United States and the United Kingdom, and provides critical incident stress management and other forms of employee assistance programs to corporate organizations worldwide. She's also a trained and certified rational, emotive and cognitive behavioral therapist from Albert Ellis Institute in New York and Beck Institute for Cognitive Behavioral Therapy in the US. Her driving force is to live, to learn, and to impact generation positively. When not working as a physician, she loves to tour the world, work on innovations, and talk fashion. She's a member of several professional and social organizations locally and internationally. A motivational speaker, a life coach, author, and a mother of 3 lovely children. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Demono Yusuf.
the color purple. Color is also our purple is also our color as our establishment. So coming here and making this lovely. I don't know what people want to say. Yeah, and now just nailed it. Like literally. So I'm here to talk, but I'm also here to go from the purple room to working with somebody has to deal with their partner, so knowing when to talk and when to shut up. It's a whole lot. As women, of course, we do understand that a day like this set aside for us is just nothing. 365 days is still very small because we do a whole lot. But what I would want to add to this discussion that I listened to now is that what they said are mostly, if not all, statistically backed up. So ladies, if you think what you said you're just out of experience, a lot of researches have been done in what you been saying. And evidence-based researches and a lot of information. For example, I'll start with the lady in the purple room. The purple room lady, right? She stepped up, right? So she talked about, innovative ways of getting the marriage, really very exciting. She went through the whole scenario, just signed. But now that story changed. And I know some of us are at that point. It may not be because we're in specialist, because it may be easier now because we're in specialist, we're in the bank. But the truth is that some of us are still having those challenges. Some haven't gotten there yet if they're not yet married. So this is the time for me to now decide and say, look, sister, please, when you have to marry well. All right. Marry well. Because studies have actually shown that your partner, who you marry, is very pivotal in your partner. Yes. If you don't marry well, forget it. We do know that it's not the marriage that will make you happier, but the marriage will make you happier. Because you must find what makes you happy. And that's what deals with our emotions. And because we all here sitting, we have estrogen in us, which is a nurturing hormone. A lot comes from that emotion. So while we are very emotive, our men are quite aggressive because they have the testosterone, the aggressive anger and ego hormone more than us. So when she says ego has been built, yes, your son, the moment he comes out, and the doctors and nurses say yes, he has time. He has that testosterone already in him. It's now for us to know how we will bend, encourage them. So that we will not make him to have to, make him to be too aware of, yes, I have that testosterone running in me that cannot help. So we here have to shape the future for our men. Because we have the boys now, so we must shape them to be the men we want to be in the future. Because if we all pamper our girls to be those best, prim and proper, they are going to marry idiots. So we have to carry the two of them along. The men, the boys turn to men, and girls turn to women. So don't leave your boys behind. Because you leave your boys behind, your friend that has made up a girl so much, at the end, you people's relationship will break. But when you're judging some marriage are very good and prim and proper daughter, they'll be worried. Your son is a bad. I brought up my son, I know who he is. And you are best of friends. Behind the scenes, the children know that you are best of friends. But this girl has been brought up so well, doing everything. The boy has been brought up in a way that you are a man. So there will be issues. So we shall begin to change the narrative from now.
we are already there. We are already dealing with men that just leave them. Just, but our boys turning to men, we have to begin working. And that is why you see everything all proud about emotions, about mental health, and about people doing a whole lot of things. Even in Nigeria, we do know that mental health is not something people talk about, but now people are beginning to gradually see reason why you can talk about mental health. So I'm here to just give us tips and give us good information around our mental health so that we can go home and be more of advocates. So when you see your friends at the office, your colleague or somebody, a relative, you are able to deduce that it could be one or two things wrong and ability to also help. Not like, what are you if you're next read? Yeah, go. I'm going to So I come to, if they comes to me to come and tell me issues, so this is from Nigeria, and I'm like, is that all? You say yes, now let me give you my own. Your problem is small. Then I'll pour all my own out for her. And then truly she's like, you will do that, yes, but you look all very happy. Okay, thank God, my problem is here. She's going home with two problems. Her problem she came with, mine she has inherited, which gives her feedback to the brain that her problems are very minimal. So she goes home, so temporarily, for some time, her problems will disappear. Because she's saying that she's a lunar family and then she's like, no. But over time, those problems will come back again. And then she goes to a B person, same thing, a C. So by the time she gets there, she is too late. Because there is a natural cause of everything we go through. Things don't just happen. That natural cause, by the time you eventually get here, it will also take its natural pathway to recovery. So you don't just go and say, I want this miracle. It doesn't. It doesn't. And so I love the fact that the panel talked about it lots on root cause. Root causes of everything is there. It's just that sometimes we are not seeing it. We are not seeing it. You ask the question regarding how to manage the home. You come back, you're so tired, and you want this food fresh. They all have been there. Do you respect in their psychiatric hospital 6 good years? Living on the island not by choice but by marriage. He's married to me and I moved to the island. I have to move with him. Thereby on the mainland. So I journey every day. Sometimes I pick my daughter, come back home to a family member. Luckily, I'm the first of 7 years, so I had all my sisters until last year when everybody is now married. So I think I'm going to go to no nanny, but we'll talk about that. And then said, and my breakfast was ready. And that was going to be a problem because every day my breakfast was ready. Every time I sat down, like, this is going to be a major problem in this marriage. So for the past 9 years, not today, this year, my husband's breakfast is different. And how did I achieve that? He doesn't want fresh food like yours. So that's why I like the corporate that says, find that work. There's nothing like wasted food in my house. So everything that remains is the shopping for tomorrow morning. I make fresh fried eggs, pork and bone, pour butter protein, arrange it, rice of yesterday warm, jollof rice, butter, fried, so boiled yam, there's fried egg, bread, there's fried egg. So now, for the past 9 years, now, sometimes before we sleep, let me take my bed, tomorrow I don't put rice, boiled yam and egg. You wake up and see because it's no longer an issue for me, and I found out that food doesn't wait to me. So somehow, If it's weekend, that breakfast is lunch and dinner for me. You have to find a way. Now I'm not nanny in my house because my last baby sister is married and out of Lagos. So, and I know how much nannies that, but anything that goes wrong, you are the one. You go there and say, you want a nanny. This house is not so clean. I only need to be clean. We have people that come to clean, but you know, I say, oh, that's just bring the nanny and we approve. You have to find me, because every nanny that comes is your fault. So bring the one that will not be my fault. And I have not found a nanny, so we are managing. I'm traveling, you are the one managing your son, because we still have able to be at home, the rest are in school. So you just have to find what works. Please, never you go meet people for advice, thinking their solution will be yours. No. They are two completely different people. You must find out who you are with if you are married in this room, who you are with at home, because they are very instrumental to you having depression. And that is where we are narrowing it down to. And that is why I love this panel, because they were hitting on the risk factors for depression. So how many of us here are married? Oh, wow. Where is it? Your HR. Congratulations. You have married women. Really? Wow. Wow. Really nice. But of course, we know you have single moms too. And of course, we know we do still have single ladies. You are not left out. So, know your own evaluation on how much you are at risk for depression as a married woman. Where I come to the other group of women. So as a married woman sitting in this room, you are more at risk of depression with these 4 vulnerable risk factors. Where research worldwide, including here in Lagos, everywhere in Nigeria, worldwide, this research has been done over and over again. So the first vulnerability risk factor is if one or both of your parents die before the age of 8. So automatically somebody is going to bring you up. You are just 8 years. Either your mother remarries, or your father remarries, or you are shown to your grandparents or somebody. So somebody is going to bring you up. The other second risk factor, how many of us have 3 children and more? 14 years below, who are those that born in that room? So I think all I have 14 years below, I think I will. So 14 years below, good. I've been traveling with them alone, not alone. Yes. So who has traveled with them alone, not with them? From Lagos to Ibadan, let me say no. How was it, ma'am? It was fun, but stressful. So instead of say that if you have 3 children, 43 children or more, 14 years below, you are more active. It's a handful, and they are not yet independent. Come and see this man in Heathrow Airport or in one of these countries. He's crazy. Sit down, stand up. No. Oh yes, he's crazy. And the man that said you are paid for your flight ticket and everything, so go and have your rotate. You are paid for a dress. You are actually not going for holiday. So if you really want to go for a holiday, go with him. Go, don't say you are going for a holiday, never a holiday. So 3 children or more, 14 years old, that's the second risk factor. A third risk factor is if you are not working. So the women in this room are not in that category. If you are not working, or if you are just working within the home environment. So you see people there say they have business, they have business. The truth about that is that how much social interaction do you have with people? It's wrong. We need social interaction. You must have social inclusion in your life, not just within the home environment. And last but not least, and where our men come in. So we have like 3-4 men in the room. So the men should go and also do evaluation. And that's why I said I like what the purple lady said, because she said we talked about friends. The last, yes, that purple lady. Purple room. And you are wearing purple today.
say. So it's good for us to say you are the purple lady. Because that statement, it is very important. So the last, not the least, and most important in this risk factor is that if your husband is not your friend. Yes. So you must be deliberate about it. You must be intentional about it. And you have to work towards it. Work towards it, even if it's not working towards it, so that your conscience, you will be free. So if you, out of this four, you have more than two and above, you are already at risk. Telling yourself the truth, you know what is already going on in your life right now. So don't keep it embedded. I have one. I have 3 children. No, one is above 40, but the 2 that are below 40, they are like 20. They are boys, they are very restless, one class is a whole lot. So for me, I still put myself, I still have one. But am I intentional in making sure I don't have the second one? Because my boyfriends are like, I'm working. So the one that I think can be a problem is my husband not being my friend. So I've told Mr. Kadri, who is my husband, not be my friend. He's by force, he's the chairman of my company. I'm running through strategy meetings #1. I'm running the strategy through. You are my sit as my customer. So even if he's not the one running the business on a day-to-day basis, he is assisting. So you have to be part of it. So that you don't look as if this job is taking you away from me. See, you must use wisdom. Because our emotions can run wild when we are dealing with issues. He's talking, you're talking to him because you are angry. I came here with Uber because my driver just started to disappear. So if I don't work within Lekki axis and I'm going out, I take it as a mass paper. I just book them and come. And then we were coming, they were speaking with my assistant, was telling no directly. I told him that you see there's a big gap in communication in our society. If you don't communicate, talk as if you are talking to a 2-3-year-old, oftentimes it becomes an issue. A lot of us will do it right here. You tell your 10-year-old child, go to the kitchen and bring me water. She goes in and brings me water. No! Use the green cup. Why did you bring me next to bottle water? You didn't say that. Yes. And you are not blaming her. You must have comfort in setting Get the green cup. You know the green cup, right? Yes. And then open the fridge. Get the next bottle water. I don't want to tell you the cold one. Take it, get the tray, put it there with the cup, bring the cup, put it there, put the napkin, and bring it in. What did I tell you? Because somebody you said I should take water from the fridge, no? Okay, yes, let's put water. And then take the tray and the cup down, what they know? The green cup. And some of us are also having this issue with our households. We're not giving them the rest of the you are angry. No. Take that time to break it down. Once you break it down, you are less stressed. And that is the first rule of stress management and managing your emotions. Effective communication with a good feedback. If she then goes and comes back with purple cup, ever bottle water, begin to start seeing is your child having attention deficit issues. We need to see because after telling them that they are thinking they will tell you, but they are saying something their mind has gone. So if she does that repeatedly, you don't need a suicide to tell you go for a proper evaluation. There may be something wrong somewhere. But that is why she's missing some things in school. So please, once you put in place proper effective communication, trust me, you begin to start seeing changes in your life. Instantly. Because they're not going to talk too much. And then you start seeing those that have issues with you, whether they are trying to make you feel that you are a woman. I've had a driver, my food driver, my husband's driver, and my husband said, let us pass on the body. And my husband's driver told my husband, I don't drive woman. Like, this man doesn't know that it's me that will pay his salary behind this. Also said, really, you don't drive? I said, yes, I don't drive women. Also said, it's obvious you can't work with me. And I can imagine my husband and said, okay, don't worry, stay with me. And then let my driver continue with me, our driver continue. He has already given planted the seed in our home. Yes. And he said, you can go. And he was sacked immediately. Pay pro rata and yes. The one that can drive men and women will pay. Because when you say managing your emotions and understanding your mental health, you must not only understand, you must prioritize it. Because if I say what is mental health, I'm sure we'll have some. What's mental health? What do you understand by mental health? Someone said they say arrow. You know, if you stand on the road and say arrow, you never get a taxi that will take you. Because they think you are one of the patients that is sick. You won't get anybody way to drop in arrow. So what's mental health? We're smiling that we don't work more. So what do you understand by mental health? Okay, something affecting you mentally. Any other person that has a state of the mind. A state of being safe. Any other person? Any other person has, you don't know if it's right or wrong. Emotional management. We're all right. But let me give you this standard definition of mental. So when you hear the word mental health, you won't be thinking of mental illness. That's where our problem is. There's a difference. So mental health, according to World Health Organization, is defined as a state of well-being where an person, where myself means, any other person means, is number one, have the ability to realize his or potential in life. The ability to deal with the day-to-day pressures of life, the ability to work productively and fruitfully, without but not the least, the ability to give back to society. Such a beautiful combination. That is the definition of mental health. But what we see and connote as mental health is mental illness. So we have yes, so we have 4 of us on this board. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I can start to stand, I can stand, I can start to sit. Studies have shown that 1 out of every 4 Nigerians will have a mental illness in their lifetime. 1 in their lifetime. So I'm leaving because I don't think. It's about to get up. So studies have shown 1 out of every 4 Nigerians we have. That doesn't mean you must have. And I'll quickly run through what already will make somebody to be at that and what will make you to be at risk so that any other thing can just make you to just be a trigger. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you see, they don't even know what was coming. They were laughing at 4 of us. The 5 of them they're sitting now. 1 is currently depressed. So studies have shown that 1 out of every 5 Nigerians is currently depressed. And we are not talking about the depression on the street. We are all dressed up here, looking nice, makeup, all well looking good and comforted, smiling. We have a but smiling depression. So people are smiling, doesn't mean that they are okay. It's different. It's the same with people who feel that, oh, if you are successful, you must have to know. So 1 out of every 5 Nigerians is currently depressed because of the issues they are facing, challenges that we are dealing with. And if you are in Lagos, Lagos is the 3rd most stressful city to live in the world. You want to know the best school?
She was so.
Iraq and Afghanistan. We don't have a war here in Lagos. So what's our own war? Service and other things that come with it. So we are more at risk. If a person go home, do lunch and come back. In Lagos, if you miss your way, you may not go for that option. You know that way, I'm not going and going. Because traffic may just frustrate you. So, and women are twice more at risk of being depressed than the men. Because of course, our nature and other things. And the myth that says we multitask, but we are killing ourselves more. Studies now say that because we multitask more, we are supposed to actually sleep longer. How many of us sleep longer? You think you want to go to bed by 8 p.m. You eventually get to bed 11 p.m. Oh, let me check it the data upstairs. Let me arrange this. Let me arrange that. It's 11. Your husband, when you finish watching channels, it's 11. I'm going to bed and he goes to bed. So we actually supposed to sleep longer and have longer hours of sleep. But we don't. And so we wake up looking, feeling all beating on because we sleep and our minds are not sleeping. So there's a disequilibrium. So sometimes you may be going through depression, think it's malaria, because depression has some malaria-like symptoms. And what are they? Body ache, headache, unexplainable. You will treat malaria, you will treat typhoid, you will change hospital, you will change doctor, you will now begin to doctor shop and hospital shop. There's a problem. And the malaria and typhoid is not going away. 3 weeks, you keep treating, and maybe I didn't sleep well, maybe the mosquito net has gone, maybe it was when I went out, but it's a lie. You are going through what we call physical manifestation of emotional issues. Because the emotions do not manifest on its own, they must manifest through physical symptoms. Headache, body ache, pain, my heart is beating too fast. I want my losing weight. In fact, I'm adding weight. In fact, so many things. I'm not sleeping well. I'm oversleeping. And these are things you will have when you are deep is malaria. It's not malaria. When you treat, in fact, sometimes you find out that you will go and run test. Maybe me do it now, but let me go to fast test. Clean a lab. It's not working. Please don't go to your doctor. And you may just be surprised, just talking to a trusted friend or a trusted family member. So you may not necessarily say you want to go and look for a therapist or a psychiatrist or a psychologist. In fact, as it is now, we have one psychiatrist to 1 million Nigerians. I don't know where you want to go looking for them. So talking to a trusted friend who you know your secret will be secret. Break down. So people ask me, oh, the doctor can be a psychiatrist, give me therapy. Yes. I go for myself. I'm traumatized, I go for therapy. I'm not ashamed of it. Because that is what keeps me sane. Because people come to my office and sit down in front of me and tell me, I'm going to kill my husband the following morning in bed. People call me midnight and I say, if I'm just informing you, I'm going to go and kill myself. So you are telling me you are going to kill yourself and I will be sane. And then maybe the following morning, it has happened before. A woman telling me I'm on 3rd Midland Place. And I went to the restroom and I was coming in 2 a.m. and I saw my phone ringing. And I picked it up and it was one, like, what are you doing? I just want to inform you, maybe I'm my therapist. And I'm like, okay, hold on. So over time, my husband is a deputy therapist. Because in that situation, he has to help me with the husband. So, because all the patients will always have a nest of it, so I put that the husband's cover. And I asked, where is your wife? Of course, you need to be oriented in that middle of the night, you know who is talking to me. And he has never come for therapy before because I'm a man. I'm not the cause of my depression, so I'm not interested. So I have to explain myself urgently. Like, look, get up. And he got up and he looked for the wife. I said, your wife is on 3rd Midland Place. So who is with you at home? He said, my brother is in the guest room. And I said, you shouldn't drive. Get into driving. And when you get home, I have to describe. So a lot of times I know my terrain, movies, things around because of people, because of people like people. So stop at this point, don't start walking down. And he was walking down. My husband was talking to him, and was talking to the woman. 2 to 5 a.m. before we could resolve this one issue. So the people in here from me, they have jumped. There are many people that have jumped that people don't know. Yes. There are many. Before we eventually resolve the issue, the husband was able to get her, and luckily it's 3 years down the line, and they have 2 babies in between, and life is good. But not every case is that way. Not every case. Aside from all the women, our children are also troubled. January 1st, everybody was doing crossover and happy as we reached January 1st. A 14-year-old was killed himself right under the parents' roof. And police came to get me. I'm like, what did I do? Because he wrote my name and told the parents, look for Dr. Kabi, she will help people now that I'm born. Because he told the parents he needed a therapy. I said, look, why can you say you are depressed? What's wrong with 14-year-old? You do not want to pay for your school fees. You have a roof over your head. We feed you. What is the depression? What's wrong with you? They made it to fast for days, dry fasting and all that. So the day we were doing crossover, he refused to go to church together that night. His parents told him, he said, no problem. So he still went. As they came into the house in the morning, they already planned it down. He hung himself under his parents. The mom, this was January, today is March 8th. The mom hadn't recovered. Because she just felt that it was her fault. Maybe she should have listened more. So we need to listen to understand people, not listen to respond. Because when you listen to understand, you meet them at their point of need. We know you have all the answers, mommies, but please listen to your children. Because they are a destructive technology age. They know what to do, they know what to get, they Google it, put the Mama Challenge is out. Who has heard of the Mama Challenge? Mama Challenge is to go and kill yourself. The children, they direct the children to go and kill themselves. MOMO, Google it. So please, we are not going to leave our children out in our pursuit for greatness. We do not get married is important, we want to marry, but our children, if we do not take care, when we get old, we have already jeopardized our old age. Because they are our legacy, they are the best asset we can ever have. So we must listen to them too. Don't listen to them say, I know what you want to say now. What do you want? No. Listen. Find a middle ground and help them, get out of that. The suicide we hear in Nigeria, let me just tell you, the suicide we are hearing now, because we are working with Global State University teaching on because they have a suicide research group. The one you are hearing is not the one that is really happening. The one that is more alarming, teenage suicide. It's on the rise. When the boy kicked himself in the last year, so it's possible, so blah blah blah, which might say that. And I'm still wondering why they're still selling things like sniper. And we don't understand there's what we call copycat suicide. When media start making suicide look as if there's something, people will not start looking, it's an easy way out. You fail for 18 times, some of us fail 20 times. And there's one kill themselves. Suicide among our teenagers are on the news. So please, for those of us that have teenagers, young adults, let's meet them at their point of need. They're on social media, so don't say you don't do Facebook or Twitter or whatever. You can be there, but don't make comments. Because the diary we used to have is their Twitter now. Yes. They will rant and put all the hashtags. Facebook is for them to go talk. I know personally of 4 mothers who knew that children were going to die from suicide on Facebook. They updated it. So please, and don't go there and go and be commenting about them. Because they will block you or friend you, change your name. If your name is Ola, they will change and put Ola. They never find it. So true. So please, there are ways you can go about it. You know WhatsApp, you can actually clone it in that. Some of us have done teenage brother.
First
I
name, his first alphabet, number, and so as in like, why not just simple? Making yourself so complicated? Like, no.
And I'm using those information
that means there's a lot of hidden things in your life. You're just looking at it. The day I posted it to you, and I no wonder. Look at what you're doing. You're just taking it to say your future is at stake.
You not have non-verbal communication. Let me just see your phone. You just scan it on your laptop. You WhatsApp everything, every contact, every group. You have it. There are other ways of also getting information. Look, I want to also store your password so that nobody will hack it. So since we are in school, if somebody hacks into it, you can easily correct it. You say that you're also following them. Facebook Messenger, all those things, DM, you will follow. You know where the issues are. I'm reading in school, the child is on Snapchat, you should know. Those of us that our children are in the abroad, please, make sure you are in the abroad, even if you are here. Open their school curriculum, know what they are doing, know what their assessment, know, have their portal, know. When you are in London to see the child, don't say you are coming next week. You say, look, I'm coming next week to see you, meanwhile you are already in Heathrow. Get to their room, know who their friends are. Prostitute them from time to time. See your child. It's your responsibility. Don't look at it like, oh, it's there, you will be fine. There's so much going on in their lives. Don't forget, the time you to travel with them was always during summer, not during winter. So they are not there full time during winter and not the effect of cold and how it affects the mood. And the child is losing it and they're like, well, you know how much I'm paying for your school fees. So please. So we talked about mental health and the fact that it's mental illness and most of us need to think it's mental health. Please now know that if we all have mental health, do you think so? Yes. We all have mental health, just what we have in school. It's not that we do not have mental illness. So there's two distinct different things. And of course, the risk factors that can easily make somebody to have a mental illness later, maybe now or later in life, are things like child sexual abuse. Things like death of one or both of the parents that we talked about. Things like domestic violence. So you see this rise in domestic violence is not about the man and woman. I feel really sad because it's about the children. Because when they grow up in such homes, most times the boy is taking the role of the abuser, while the girl is taking the role of the abusee. My father used to beat my mom. She was selfless, so if a guy is beating me, I shouldn't respond. While the boy will take on the role of, oh, my father used to beat my mom, so I have the power to keep it there. So issues like that, of the social family setting, father is saying come, mother is saying go. So the child will say, okay, when I want to watch Teletubbies, mommy that will support. When I want to do this, daddy that will support. They will not start to, daddy, can I say, yes, you can. Please, daddy, mommies at home, if your husband is trying to correct your child, so as he will think let him go, let that go, and then tell him reasons why later behind the scene. But if they keep seeing you, making some arguments, they get wired. Just the way we have some. So who are those of us that have some? I have two. Yes, so keep your son in my way. How old are they? They are grown. They are grown. So how have the babies? Or when they were babies, when they used to come the pets, okay? And then to make them to keep quiet. Boys don't cry, right? Please, for our girls that are not yet married, and for those that used to say yes, boys don't cry, stop it. Let them cry. Because you know when they grow, that is that voice they hear. Men don't cry. So they are not able to express themselves. They bottle up. And then that could be an issue. And then that's why when they want to die, they die manly. The ones that don't suicide more, The girls will go to Facebook and say, I want to kill myself. And everybody will run to their rescue. Or they will take drug overdose, then think, okay, I will survive it. But the men will die hanging, jumping, gone, men. The girls, the women will normally do flashing of their hands, taking drug overdose. But they will express themselves. So please, let's stop that statement, men don't cry. They do. Let them cry. The highest they try the girl is crying, the highest they run temperature. Give them paracetamol zero. Or they will be dehydrated, give them water to drink. You'll be fine. So please do know that they do cry. So those are some of the risk factors that are what come in this body that can make somebody to have a mental illness. But first, at that age, some of us don't have because we may be having challenges now. And what are these challenges? Work-related problems, relationship-related issues. In Yaba for 6 years as a resident doctor, we found out that 8 out of 10 of the women that were on admission is based on relationship. Now I run a private practice, the same thing is happening to me. We are not a women-related hospital, but we tend to find more women coming. I'm like, what is happening? Because a lot of issues, challenges. So please, we need to begin to have and build healthy support systems. Your support system is very key to your holistic wellness. And you must have people in your inner circle. And you must be unapologetic to fumigate your circle. Fumigate is allowed. It's not everybody should allow into your inner circle. Your inner circle should be sacred. People like that in your war room. People that you can rely on. People that you can call upon at any point in time. It's very key. So your healthy support system, apart from eating healthily, doing exercise, sleep adequately, your support system is very key. And in managing stress, like what I think they said CFO, she's a CFO right now. Talk about that management and all that, how to set your money. You should actually send your money message. How many of us go myself now? If you are working, most of us don't. We know how people that will buy things. So that is what I'm saying, send your money message. Get those watch them, package them, arrange things down. So you'll be able to relieve yourself of the stress. If you have children in a particular school and your friends' children are also there, sit down over lunch and discuss how you can bring carpooling. Don't say because you have a Kiara, you have a Lexus children, your children can enter Kiara if you tell them with children. No, do carpooling. My dear, Monday, Friday, I will drive, I will drop it, you will pay. Do you know what that stress management? Even here, you have to living within your neighborhood. That's why we have too many cars on the road. Everybody wants to carry their car and catch. Meanwhile, you have your colleague that is here that just 2 houses away from you, everybody will drive. You find out that by the time you go carefully, you can have some small minutes or hours of even sleep, either poor or broke. Do that. Manage yourself. You don't have a nanny, I'm sure it's children now. You are trying to manage my the school bus for my child. They know my office, they drop him there. I have an extra bag. I can do that because I run my business. You can have the bag, you will dress up, you will wear his pajamas, you will eat dinner. So when we are going home, we are going to I can do that, but you can't do that. So you now have to see, okay, where do the children go while I'm still here? So you must have that healthy support system where your children can be when you are here. So there won't be that disconnect. You will still be the one making sure things work for you while you are still on top of the thing. Like I said, you should be unapologetic in communicating your system. Because if we don't take care of ourselves, truly, we must, and you know what studies are showing now? That men, for their mental health, they can easily, talk about it and do what they want to do about it. But for the women, for us to be more mentally stable, we need more girls outing. Girls out. This is how God came out. So if you are the one that we are doing walk, home, walk, home, home, walk, home, it's not being said that when you do those girls trip, you tend to discuss issues that people can relate with. You tend to be able to manage issues more. And the more you have those outings, that's better for you. So don't look at it as if, oh, it's you are coming to gossip and Gucci and Louis Vuitton. It's a lie. It helps. That is why I said be unapologetic in communicating your inner circle. It's not everybody you find here. Because for some reason, you've never hurt anybody or that person. They still don't like you. No matter how polite you are. It is okay. It is so those people that can buy it. The way you are married and you want your husband to buy into your vision, your friends also must buy into your vision. And that's why I say prioritize your mental health. It's very key. Because you are not tossing people into your inner circle, you become toxic. Because the environment is hostile. And emotions are contagious. You see yourself transferring. Colleagues at work, husband at home, children, you are just bitter for no reason. So please, you must be able to do that. But the thing for me is balance for better. There is a balance of good, better, better. Balance for better. Because we know we are making some progression and we need to put certain things in place. And if you don't do that, that stress will keep coming. So, number one thing again is knowing what stress is. Because sometimes the people that are with their ones are stressed. The who is stressors are the people that they are with. So you must know who are the people that stress you and be able to know this person anytime I'm in that. Things are not I'm not myself. I'm not happy. You need your happiness, your sanity. We are very religious country, but we talk about spirituality. So when people depression is for the black, I say no, depression is here. People do get depressed, people do go through challenges, but of course good is that depression can be treated. So we need to understand that when you are sad for more than 2 months, sadness for a job is probably because they didn't pay your salary, or because they reduced your salary, or you didn't get promotion, or one thing is stressing you out. It's not depression. So anytime you start with I'm depressed, no, nobody outside knows you are not like that. Yes. So it was the sadness for more than 2 weeks, 2 weeks and above. That is one of the major symptoms. Another major symptom is loss of energy. Because that you don't have energy to do anything. You are easily tired, so even get up in the morning is a problem. And it's not for a job, like I am saying, it has to be ongoing for at least 2 weeks. The third and most important is loss of interest in things ordinarily you love to do. You love to go for all one day. All of a sudden you are not. And please, if you have a friend who has stopped picking your call, a friend you go to the house that she's in the bathroom for more than 1 hour, a friend in the office that is no longer talking to you the way he or she used to talk to you, a friend that has stopped sitting on the same dining table with you in the office, that you know that ordinarily this person is that very happy person, go. A friend who has change in personality because of the way she's not dressing now or no longer putting on makeup. A friend who has come to you at one point or the other, who you didn't think it was necessary, you give her 1 minute. it's time for you to have a meeting. That friend was telling all the red flag running signs that I am depressed, I'm crying for help, but he never responded. So if you have a friend who has talked to your phone, please visit the person. Don't say, we're all after it. Maybe you can manage yourself, person is going to manage. It's time for you to go visit them physically and say, what is the problem? And if you cannot have words to improve the silence, see words, I am here. If you do not have good words to say to improve the silence, don't say, it's like a woman going to visit a woman that has just lost. We were still with our husband, telling the window, I know how you feel. I know how you feel. So please, never you tell the woman, have you ever been depressed? No. So you will not know exactly how it is. Don't listen to her. Let her cry if she wants to cry. But help her, encourage her to speak for her. Book an appointment. If possible, go with her. Let's begin to build culture of compassion. Let's encourage self-esteem. It helps. Now, let's stop trivializing people's issues. Everybody in Nigeria is depressed. I do understand. Don't trivialize. That 1 minute somebody demands from me. Please, they really give that person 1 minute. Please, please, can I talk to you? Actually, put your phone down or talk what you're doing. Okay, can you talk? This person here will talk to you. But when person came, I want to talk. Yeah, she has found that you are the kind of person she wants to talk to. But the moment you also do like, look, I am busy, I don't care for you. It's drinking that person's chair. After all, you see, nobody will care for you. Then people go and say, nobody will love you. So please, being there for somebody is very important. Because we do know we are all struggling with a lot of issues, a lot of emotions, we all have our own challenges. But sometimes, somehow, we'll be able to build our own emotions. If you can, but if you cannot, and you know that somebody can talk, before you start running up and down, no. You can talk to a therapist, you can talk to a psychologist, you can talk to a therapist, but secret remains secret. It doesn't mean you are mad. It doesn't mean you are going through a challenge and you need somebody to help you look at it and give you the right answers and guide you. Like I said, I took broken. I lost people. Beginning of this after that boy, I certified it there and I had to police black everywhere. And the mother I saw the devastation. 2 days after my brother was kidnapped for transport. So many days at another issue. I just rolled out, went for therapy, felt better, and I bounced back. Traumatic life experiences back to back. You are not a superwoman. Find help. Get help. Because in everything we do, if you are not balanced, you can't be better. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just take some
Thank you so much, Ma. I want to share an experience. There was a time I was having issues with my husband. I kept telling him what I wanted, and it didn't change. You know, I saw that it was bringing issues, and I decided to keep quiet. I stopped talking. Is it good? It's good. Is it bad? It's bad. And I just stayed like that. For me, I felt I want my peace. But could he have some, challenges waiting for me in the future? But for that time, I had my peace. Of course, it was uncomfortable because he knows I'm the talking type. So it was uncomfortable. What sign is there? Is there a sign of something?
That was a passive aggressive way to do. But was the problem with your because of your between deaf and dumb. So what we do at that point is bring deaf and dumb, not that you are literally, but you are deaf and dumb. But the problem is not really, no, not really. Were you happy being dumb?
The happiness is like a temporary, but the thing is that in the long run, because he knows the kind of person I am, he was not comfortable until he brought the thing out. He was not comfortable.
So that means you know that told you knowing that this woman's silence is not go well. If I keep seeing her this way, she may do something. That is not actually the best way. Don't go passive because the subconscious level in us as a man being doesn't like negativity. So you're suppressing too much into your subconscious. And you can actually start using resentment, anger, bitterness, and use them on your children. And they get boiled down with it. It's not about it, about them. Yes. They suffer when we are suffering silently. You should learn to make sure your children see your vulnerability. It's not because you want to see that, make them see that, oh, mommy also cry. No. Because they will know that you are also human. It's very key. I've canceled my daughter's summer ticket because she didn't do well. In my house, you must have a B plus. You must not put up this one third position and grade. And then she had the severity to have a C and she was saying, I tried now. We bought tickets, we didn't go on holiday. She escorted us to the airport with their two brothers. We traveled, we was back to do to resolve it. Sometimes you take some both. Not, it's a privilege, it's not a right. Because if we are told that we will do it and we didn't do it, now she can ask for it. She tell you, brother, better do it. These are friends, they are not. That time, she has a routine. She started like, these people actually travel. One week before I was doing my husband was telling me about that better and check yourself. We spend it on the day. If I was telling her videos, we send that we visit from our side and one, we make sure everything was in place and we make sure we are lying. Why the children? No, we start that agreement. We said yes, and we put all the things in place. Where did he go? And she said, I had the thing, I'm okay. And then for already bought my ticket. I saw it now. This travel. Yeah. So I will make that way for the right. She's talking to the president. And if she does well, our ticket is open. And she still uses it. November, December, when I was traveling for the program, I took her love in and meeting. And she still uses it. But then she had realized that we're not open. Nobody has sat up. So you must put some certain things in place. But if I ask all of you here now, how many of you have family phone? Nigeria has a computer. The teacher electric we have, maybe employee handling, we have at home. That we are not, we should have things. If you do this, these are the consequences. Put them down. I was going to say, most of the things, what did you say? And you said that if you do this, I said, yes. Have it. Now, you are an HR. You know, HR, you put everything. SOPs, policies, do it. You see, within 2 days, I'm telling you, within 2 days, if we all start doing that in our home, we will not be complaining about the government. Because we start that constitution in our home and put it in place. We will not, I'm not that doctrine. If you want, you can keep. Not say, some people give it to the school, then you take 2 things and also you won't break away. You must keep it. Our constitution says, no waiting on food. Those things in place, they are not difficult. Start from sleeping. Who will sleep? What are the consequences you don't have? Clean. This is stupid. You are not a bad man. It's not discipline. And building future healthy because it is easier, cheaper to nurture a healthy child than to manage a damaged adult.
Thank you, Mark. You've been quite cool listening to you. I have a question in terms of diagnosing depression. So I have someone close to me who is over 50.
So this person oftentimes will complain of some illness, body pain, headache, people that mind themselves, I have typhoid, I have malaria. And then when she gets to the hospital, it will be clean bill of health. And you say, oh, this doctor is not a good doctor. Let's try another doctor. You take to another doctor, it will be the same story. And you say, no, don't help me again. I'm going to a church. And when she goes to church, then she goes to a program, 3 days, whatever, mountain, whatever. And then she comes back and says, I'm well now. I'm well now. Is that a sign of depression? Yes. You know what? I like the fact that she knew she didn't get help. Because yes, as physicians, if you are not trained, but you have to go for extra training to be a psychiatrist, another teacher, after teacher is a good thing. So some of us are taking that route to go extra to be a consultant. Why some of us still use the medical knowledge? So if you come to me now and you have hypertension, I will just tell you I'm not a cardiologist. So what will have happened to her? When they gave her a clean slate of health and short investigation, test, maybe even X-ray, because they didn't go to as far as MRI, CT scan. The best advice will have given to her is, you need to see another colleague of ours. Please, can you just go and see Dr. Kadi? She will say with Dr. Kadi, say, oh, well, she's doctor that deals with emotion. Not that anything, but it's good. She also has a second opinion into what is happening. If they are done now, she found spiritual awareness. She has not yet found emotional awareness. So a relapse may come up another time and another time. So it will be good that she goes for a proper diagnosis. Could she be having depression? It's possible. It's possible. So I can't stand and say, oh, because I need to know what the symptoms were and also, like I said, depression also has malaria-like symptoms. So a proper diagnosis. For example, we have the app. Maybe she can use download it and use it on her own. The How Body app, HOWBODI. It's on both Google Store and Apple Store. And it has a 10 questionnaire scale there called Personal Health Questionnaire. They are all about depression. It's very diagnostic of depression. Let her even do it. And maybe just send her information. Let's try in the comfort of our room, she can just download the How Body now. Then I just put like a Nigerian name. HOWBODI, How Body, how I need. And you can access for anxiety, depression, sleep issues, addiction. It's on both Google app and Google Store and Apple Store. So yes, it's possible. She found spiritual wellness, but she still needs to work on the emotional wellness. But we do all know that there's a will of wellness, financial, social, spiritual, and all that. So she can. Couple want to ask questions.
I actually do because okay, I actually do because I actually do because it just hit me. I need to understand clearly the middle ground or the difference between when you think someone is probably bipolar or depression. Yes. Because unfortunately, I lost a really good friend because I think at some point we took our, I think she passed on last year. I think at some point we took our eyes off the ball, and this is, I'll tell you why. Because, like you said, you mentioned some things, or when you noticed that there were signs. Now, this was someone who used to talk to me a lot and all, and then the person wasn't talking to me at all. Sometimes she would come to work, she wouldn't be wearing a bra. Sometimes she probably wouldn't wear panties. Sometimes she wouldn't even realize, I wouldn't say she wouldn't realize, but she would come to work with her clothes on. Now, initially we just assumed that she was just being naughty, but there were actually signs. So as we were talking now, but other times it would just, she could be aloof, I mean, she could just blank out completely. And it didn't occur to us that she was going through a problem at the time. So she wasn't married and she didn't have kids. I mean, up until she passed. So now I'm asking, because we're not there to diagnose it, eventually when the thing really got worse, I mean, she had been in hospital for forever. Eventually, they had to move her to a church, and she pastored in that church. My question right now is, was that depression, or was that bipolar? Because I actually went to study or research, let me put it like that, quite a bit of bipolar, and I could kind of see a bit of the similarities. So because today she's okay, I mean, and she's dead from head to toe, and I'm not talking about somebody who lived, this girl had her home, her house in Ikoyi, so she was living a good life. So it wasn't about the fact that she wasn't living a good life. She lived in Ikoyi, her parents were very rich, she was willed, when her father passed on, she was willed property, and so she had money. So it wasn't money. It wasn't money. And she wasn't the one that was worried whether she was married or she was not married. And she was not a small girl, she was a senior person in the bank. So it wasn't position. So at one point we take our eyes off the ball, that we did not pay attention to the symptoms. And then even me as a friend, I realized, because I cried a lot, I cried a lot, because I realized that even when she had stopped communicating with me, because she could sit with me and tell me things, I didn't pay attention anymore because I assumed she was excessive. So when she passed, it still is a pain I haven't forgotten. So at what point do we differentiate when you're bipolar or you're depressed?
So the word bipolar and bi. So a polar and bi to mean end of the whole. So bipolar just means that at this end there's depression, and at this end there's what's called mania. So most times we may see people in this manic phase. So I use this in the workplace. So at this manic phase, this person is very energetic, talks excessively, very productive in the workplace, dresses very fine. You know, there was a time where there was what we call color blocking in clothes. I was a bit worried because that color blocking, yes, it was color blocking, but it collects money and some green, yellow, purple. So that kind of thing. So they are excessive in this phase. Most times people miss when they're in their depressive phase because it may just take a week or some few days. And the person springs back to the normal life. And then you go say, oh, this person is fine. So even when at a point where he or she is no longer communicating that much, you don't say, it's not one of those times. And you need to. And if it goes one of those times, they can easily snap, they can easily be suicidal, they can even die from suicide, they can easily take drugs over. It's at that point. But when they are money, you tend to see somebody who is very, and if there's anything you quickly know, that this one you are doing, come, don't stop drinking too much, or don't drive too fast, or stop talking too much. But when they are there, just see that it's not, they just want to have a fight. They fight. She was even too much said. Now that she's quiet, it's okay. You can rest. So you miss it. So bipolar is there, but oftentimes we miss it. Even us that made the diagnosis, sometimes we have to dig really deep for us to know that this is a bipolar case. If not, we think it's just frankly depression. No, it has been bipolar. So yes, you are not a professional. You try. Yes, it hurts. You will still have those guilt feelings that I should have done. And so it's good she shared that story so that we can go back to our contact list. I take time out every weekend to call people from my contact list. Not that they owe me, but just check up on them. Because you don't know who you are, whose life you are saving at that point. Please do that. It helps.
Dr. Meimuna, you say she slayed it. She slayed that topic. So thank you very much, Dr. Meimuna. I actually passed 1 o'clock and we're meant to be here for 3 hours, but I'm sure you all agree that it was a well put together package. Every aspect. So before we go, I think it's important to thank the organizers. So the organizing committee, is it local or international organizing committee to stand up for recognition. There's some people. Thank you very much. Compare the ethnics, the panelists, the speakers, and I'm sure you would also, these are the organizing committee, let's thank them. And they take a courtesy. This is Women's Day. Then I'm sure you all like the contents and the package. They were all, now the good news is that you actually all put the package together. You put it all together because we got a lot of feedback from everybody, and I'm sure you would agree that 3 hours, 4 hours, the whole day is not enough to cover these issues, and that all the topics were actually all important, without one not being more important than the other. So better balance for. Now, having just had one day. Tomorrow is actually International Women's Day, but we chose to mark it today because tomorrow is the day before the election. So we didn't want going back to some locations that 1 or 2 are facing potential risks. So we decided to celebrate it and mark it today. And also a lot of people are watching from the office. I hope it's trending. So please continue passing the message. Now to take this, what we've done today to the next level is ideally you have the support system. You kept on hearing that word, support system, support. I was actually happy that Dr. Nina talked about it. Coping mechanism, support system. So ideally, we shouldn't always celebrate Women's Day because once a year. We should actually have the women's program. Do you all agree? Yeah. And because we are dealing with women, there are different aspects. I mean, they look like what is talking about married women. What of past 30, this stigmatized Nigeria. When they find out I'm not married, everybody looks at me and say, don't mind her because she's focusing on her career. Or, you know, some of those cases where, because I went through it, every year when they want to pray in the family, and for, you know, they start praying for husband. And I wonder, did I tell them that I'm looking for a husband, or if there's a market for husband, maybe you can buy it. It's not a problem. But like I say, in this 2019, it's even better than those days. Where we are today is actually better and all that. So we need to have a proper program. So right after this program, we'll communicate with people and we'll try to have different support functions. You know, you have ones for, because they are, and when we're talking about balancing husband, children, what I wanted to tell a lot of us is that when you're going through a particular, because I also have my own coping mechanism, when you're going through a challenge, you know that was my job, the next for a phase. You know, ask the people that their children are in secondary school. There was a time you were in school runs running around, but there will be a stage when they're all in boarding school or university that, you know, your husband look at yourself and say, the house is empty. We are all of them. So it's always a phase. So don't look at that challenge and think it's a mountain. It's a phase. Within 5 years, 4 years, you know, you get up, there'll be a stage where you don't even need the nanny. I don't know whether you know what I mean. So we're going to have different programs because in many organizations, you really have to have a woman support system. And even at the beginning, when Folake was talking about the statistics, and she was like, why do we have 20% female representation in Kenya? Do you know the challenge we have today? Canada is taking a lot of female staff. We have ESRs that come to me and they will tell you, ma'am, my husband and my mother-in-law, and even my mother is telling me that it's this job that is causing me not to be able to deliver my second baby. What do you tell that person? So we really have to have systems, mentors, other people that have gone through this that will talk to you when you are going through a particular challenge. So we do a lot of that. So I thought it was important that I said that it won't just end that today. And we couldn't bring this room to really fit 150 people, and we have 500 plus female employees. And you know, because you've been out of the office for when you come out, all the time that you work for your women's program, what did you do? Come back here, your work is waiting for you. Come back here, your work is waiting for you. And we try to get other women to watch. ideally, we wish we had been able to take everybody. And of course, next time when we're more buoyant, we'll go out and really have a real full day, inspired day. Better days for us in Kenya, where we celebrate International Women's Day in style. So better days are ahead. But then again, we don't have to celebrate it on Women's Day. These are other things we will do. We will have certain days for women's programs. Dr. Menuna did not download everything. She just touched a bit. And we know that well, there will be other sessions where she will come and we know we'll be dealing with a lot of, I prefer using that word, total well-being. It sounds better than mental, emotional well-being. Sounds better, if you don't mind. So thank you. So please, let's get on to the next meet. I think we should put our hands together again for Women's Day. We're celebrating women. Men can't even manage the Women's Day. Then on tomorrow will be the Women's Day again. Then in some churches they'll say it's Mother's Day. And another Americans do their own Mother's Day in June. They will now say, well, we also have our own Mother's Day. So, and we don't have International Men's Day. And we are not going to have. Because the women are organizing for them. Dr. Menuna, we would like to make a presentation. If you don't mind, can you step forward? This is just our token to celebrate you and thank you for coming today. And on behalf of the board and management and of course the women and men of Kenya, we would like to present this plaque to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for coming and thank you for coming again. So you may want to keep your contact details because I suspect some people may want to reach out to you. If you can display it, reach out to you or refer. But remember what she said about referring people. Don't tell somebody, I think you need to see inside. You said, I think you need to talk to someone I know. You know, she's a friend. She may be able to counsel you because you can't tell somebody that they have. In fact, in some developed worlds, they like to be declared as mentally unstable or because the government gives them benefits. But in Nigeria, it's stigmatism.
So we'll call on Bumi Fafi to please help us with the next set of presentations.
Sound bad.
All right, Obake Asio, very happy. So on behalf of all the women seated here and the women of the Kenya Electric, I want to say thank you for that presentation. Very impactful, right? Thank you. After all, yeah. I want to say thank you for your time, thank you for the presentation, and have a great day. As CFO, Olúbùnmi Olúyẹmí. My name is Adelabu. So yes. All right, Bumi, thank you so much.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for coming. Thanks for the presentation. God bless. So we'll call on Gafar, right, for the next set of presentation. Engineer Gafar.
For them to finish the presentation of key business, they will present it. Email and address, phone numbers are there. Please put an email. Put email. So just put the name and the contact. Put email. Put email. Okay.
Thank you for being so respectful of our community. That's great. Thank you for
Thank you so much, Engineer Gufran. Okay, so we're rounding up. So for both of them, please welcome Onyechuku Annie Ozeli. Modern name.
So we want to say a big thank you. First of all, to the Chief Gentleman of the Get Electrical CEO for taking out the time to be with us this morning and giving us access and telling us that the answer is yes to any request we made. I want to thank our acting CEO, Mr. for inspiring us so much today to reach beyond ourselves and go for our goal and be the best we can ever be in life. And to our panelists, we thank them for teaching us to be creative, to be deliberate. Open room taught us to be crazy, to be deliberate, teaching us how to build our teams and how to reach out beyond ourselves. And we want to thank our guest, Dr. Kadri, for helping us realize that we can support ourselves and that there should be no stigmatism to any of the mental issues. And to all the strong, fantastic, beautiful, courageous, driven, colorful, crazy women in this room. Thank you so much for being here, for being part of this event. And I hope that as we go out, we change our world and we support each other. Thank you very much. Now we're taking the closing prayer.
What happened? Why is it not going?
The other laptop. What's
the other laptop? Are you the one with it? Bring the laptop. Olaika, the laptop.
I was going to learn to this is what you are
What is the laptop here?
the name of God, the most beneficent, the most blessed,
We thank you for today because there's no amount of time that can really show our appreciation for the life you've given us, for the intelligence that you've given us, for the opportunity that you've given us to work in Ireland. Both in our home and in our that we make every moment of our life be better than before. Guiding all we do and say.
Thank you everybody and happy International Women's Day. Please, before we step out, you know there's a code for Las Vegas. What happened in Las Vegas? Room outside here.
We're coming to your office. 2 o'clock. Purple room.
Here now, everybody here.
What's it for? Just give me her. What is the contact?